this video, you will build TeamSeek, a B2B multi-tenancy project management system using Node.js, MongoDB, and React. You will create a production-ready application packed with features like Google Sign-in, multiple workspaces, projects, task management, roles and permission, team invite, pagination, filters, and more. But that's not all. You will also integrate this powerful API into your React app by the end of this video. And here's the exciting part. We've created a written version for this course that goes beyond the video, covering advanced tips, exclusive content, and everything you need to master this project at your own pace. Link will be in the description. So don't forget to like, share, subscribe, and turn on notification for amazing content like this. Now let's dive into the demo of TeamSeek. Business owner can create an account or log in if they already have an account using Google Sign-in. The owner is then navigated to the dashboard page where it sees the analytics, it sees all workspace, all recent projects, tasks, and members of the team. The owner can view the workspace setting, edit workspace, or choose to delete workspace if he wants. The owner can see projects on the left sidebar and click on the More button to see other existing projects. Also, the owner can create new project by clicking on the plus icon on the left sidebar, where he can select the emoji, give the project a name, description, and then submit. The owner can invite team members to join the workspace by going to the members page and copy the invite link, which he can share to his team members. The member then visits the link, which is prompted to log in or sign up. Once the member logs in, the member will be redirected to the invite link, where the member is able to see the Join Workspace button. Once the member joins the workspace, the member will be navigated to the newly joined workspace dashboard. The member does not have the permission to view workspace settings, create projects, or invite people to the workspace. On the owner side, the owner can change members' role to admin or member. The owner or members can view all tasks, filter by status, priority, assigned to, and projects. The owner or member can create new tasks by clicking on the New Task button and provide a task name, description, assigned to, due date, status, and priority. The owner can delete tasks and also delete the project. Lastly, the owner can switch between different workspace or create new workspace. So I have my VS Code open. So let's create a folder which we can call a backend. I already have it here. So the next thing we are going to do is to cd inside the backend. So I'm going to say cd inside backend. And let's say we need to initialize npm. So I'm going to npm init -y and let's press enter. And this should set up npm for us. So the next thing we are going to do is to install the packages into our package.json. So to install the packages, I'm going to bring in some dependency that we are going to use. So let me just clear the terminal first. And if I clear the terminal, so all of these packages will have its own version I'm going to specify. So we need to install the version I'm going to install here so we don't have any issue when trying to run it on our own system. So I'm going to paste this here. And this is npm install bcrypt 5.1.1 cookie session 2.1.0. So cookie session with this version of Passport is required because the latest version of Passport does not work. It has some issue with cookie session. So we have cost 2.85.env, Express, Mongoose, Passport, Google Auth 2.0, Passport local, UUID, and Zord. So I'll just press enter to install packages. So once it's installed, we're going to install the type for all of these packages we specify here. So let's wait for it to install. So it has installed completely. Now let's install the type. So we are going to also install Typescript. So let me clear this. So I'm going to just bring it here. Let me type it again. npm install save. So this is it. So npm install save dev. We have the type for all of them, and we have ts node dev, which we're going to use to run the server, the Typescript server. Then we're going to also run we want to also set up Typescript too. So let's install it. So once we install that, we're going to initialize Typescript. So let's wait for it to install. So types are already installed completely. So we have our node module here. So inside here, we're going to clear the terminal again. And let's npm type init. So let's set up Typescript. And we should have our ts tsconfig here. So let's go into tsconfig and we're going to enable some things inside here. So I'm going to change this one to 2021. Save that, and inside here we're going to set the directory. So I'm going to look at here. Let's enable this. We're going to set this to source directory because we're going to create all of our files inside the source directory. So the out directory is going to be the X folder. So say the out directory. So let's uncomment that and let's set it to this. Let's set that. Say so we have this. We have streets. We have this whole. So the next thing we're going to do is we've already set up the compiler options. So we're going to just put some comma here and let's set include. We're going to say src ts and also a folder which we're going to create to handle the types. Then we're going to exclude some folders here. So I'm going to put in comma here. And I'm going to also specify this here. So this is just to exclude node mod when trying to build tests and this folder and the test if you have text. So let's save that. And now let's structure our backend project. So inside here, we're going to create an SRC folder. So inside the SRC, we're going to first of all, let's create a type which will handle type for us. So I'm going to say types. And we're going to also have config folder inside the SRC. So I'm going to create config. Then we're going to have the controllers. Then we're also going to have the middlewares. So I'm going to also create a folder called enums. This will handle the enums for some of the enums we're going to use for the project. So I'm going to just create a folder already here. And we're going to create our modules. So I'm going to click here and let's see inside the SRC folder. To hold our schema. Then inside here, we're going to also create the routes. And again, we're going to also create the service. And we're going to also create utils. Lastly, we're going to also create the validation. Then before we round up, we're going to also create the last one, which is called CEDA. So this is we're going to use to populate the database. So CEDA's here. So we are done with that. So the next thing we're going to do is to set up our EMV first. So let's do that. So if you have watched the previous video I did on Node.js, you know we always set up our EMV in a different approach. So I'm going to use the same format I used in that video. Yeah. So inside the utils, we're going to before we go into utils, so let's create our .env. So let's create a .env. So inside .env, we also need to also create .env.example. So inside the .env, we are going to specify some env that we're going to use. So I'm going to bring in the ports. It's a port node env development. We are going to also have our Mongo's URI. So for now, it's going to be empty. We're going to also have session secrets for the cookie session, and then session expires. So this is we're going to set this to just set it to any random value, and this should be 1 day. Just leave it like this. Then we're going to also set our Google ID, which for now is going to be empty. Google secrets. It's just going to be empty for now. Then Google callback URL. So this is going to be empty. Then for our front end origin, you're just going to set this to HTTP localhost 5173 and our front end callback URL, which we're going to use for Google, is going to be set to localhost 5173 Google Auth callback. So let's save that. And inside now, the next thing we're going to do is to go and set up get env. So I'm going to go into my utils and let's call this get.env.ts. So this file is going to help us to handle env, and if the values are not passed, it's going to throw an error. So I'm going to just paste it here. So this is going to be getting env key string default value, which is empty. Then we're going to get process.env and we're going to pass in the key to get. So if the value is undefined, then we check if default value is set, then we return default value. Else we're going to throw new error environment variable key is not set, and we're going to return the value. So this is a proper way to handle env. So users or other developers, they have to be enforced to pass in the value for or default value for the env. So once we are done with that, we need to create a config, and this config is going to pick out the envs using this the get env. So inside here, we're going to let's create a file called app.config.ts. So we're going to also set we're going to say constant app config. This is going to be equals to, and let's create an object, and we're going to just pass the node. So we're going to get the node env from the env file. So we're going to pass it into the get env. So let's import this from utils, and you can see that we pass in the node env and the development. So we're going to do that for all of the other parts you're going to work with. So we have the port. I set default to 5,000, but in my env I set it to 8,000. So you can set default value as long as if there is no port here, then it will fall back to 5,000, which is the default value. Then my base parts, which I didn't set in my env, will fall back to API, which is the base part for all my endpoints. Then Mongo's URI, we have Mongo's URI, we don't have any defaults here. So we're also going to bring all of the other parts here from the env, like the session secret, the Google client ID from, so let's just say that from the env, Google client ID, Google callback URL, front-end origin, and front-end Google callback URL. So let's go into our app config and let's set the last part here. So the Google front-end origin, we're going to use that for the course. So I set the default to localhost. So you can see that set here. So we have the front-end Google callback URL, and this is it. So once we're done with that, we're going to export this and set it into a config constant. So then we can import this inside our project, inside the index or any part of the project, and we can get it like this config dot, and you can see that we have access to all of the app config here, env. So let's just play that and let's save that. So we are done with that. So the next thing we're going to set up is we're going to go over to our index.tx. So let's create index.ts here and let's import so index.tx. So inside index.tx, so we are going to first of all import .env, because the app config or the env can't work if we didn't install, because we've installed .env. So .env will help us to get the env inside our application. So to set that up, we're going to go into inside our index.tx, and let's import it like this. And now we need to also import Express. So let's import Express here. So Express with the type next function request a response, and the other one which is response. Then we're going to also import the course and the cookie session. So let's just bring it here. So course session from cookie session. Then we're going to set up connect app to Express. So let's say app is equals to Express, and now we can see we can get the config. So let's import config from config app.config. And now if you hover over it, we can see the base part is string. It's not showing any error. So let's enable piercing of JSON. So we're going to say express.json. Then we're going to also enable piercing URL encoded request body. So going to is that express URL encoded and extend it to true. Then we're going to now set up the this session here. So I'm going to just say app use session, and let's just open this. Let's give this a name. Name is going to be session. Then we're going to give it a key, and keys. So this is going to be our config dot session secret, maximum age. Let me add comma here. Maximum age is just 21 day. 60 times 60 times 1000. Then we're going to say security secure. So we're going to set the key to secure when we're in production. So I'm going to say node env is equals to production. Then HTTP only to true. And we're going to just say same site to lax for now, not strict. So the next thing we're going to do is to set up our course. So our course matches with we send credential to the front end URL. So let's just do that app.use, and we're going to open this, and let's get course origin, which is going to be config.frontend origin. We're going to set credentials to true. So now we're going to just we're going to set up our new controller here or route to test this. So we're going to say app.get. I'm going to set it to slash. We're going to have a request route and then next. And let's just return a response here. Then the last thing is to set up our listener. So I'm going to say app.listen. Then we're going to say config ports. Remember, we set up the ports to 8000, default to 5000. Then we're going to say server listening on ports config port in config node env. So now let's test our server. So let's run npm. So before we run the npm.run dev, we need to go into our package.json, and we need to specify our script here. So to run our script, we are going to have to use the ts node. So ts node dev. So to do that, we're going to just come into the tests. Let me just remove this, and let's call dev. And dev, we're going to have tx dash node just dev. Then this is going to specify the files and src slash index dot tx not dx. Then we're going to also write our build. So to run the build, we're going to first of use our Typescript to compile it into the disk. Then we're going to copy the package.json. So package.json into the disk. So this is it. Then we're going to also set up the start script, which is going to, we're going to use Node to run the disk dot slash index.js. So this is how it's going to, we're going to run our script here. So let's run our server and see if everything is working fine. So npm run dev, and inside here we should hopefully everything to work. Okay, it's saying ts node file src index.tx. So let me see why it's having this issue here. So package.json. Yeah, so I think I made a mistake here. It's supposed to be 2 dash, not 3. So let's save that and let's run it again. So now our server is running. So we can test to see server listening to on port 8000 in development. So we have our slash. So we can just test that on our browser. And just put localhost 8000, and let's just set this to no, just 8000. Now we can see hello, subscribe to the channel and share. So we set up our server already, and we've structured our project. So the next thing we are going to do is we are going to move up to our database setup. So let's head over to that. Let's go over to set up a Mongo's database. So I'm going to go over to this screen and let's open Mongo. So I've already logged in. So what you can do is to just search for mongodb.com, and you should just click on that, and the next thing you'll be able to see the landing page. You can click on sign in, or you can try if you don't have an account. So I already have an account. You can register here. So I'm just going to close this and let me go into. So in this account, I have only 2 projects here. So the next thing to do is to create a new project. So let's create a new project, and we're going to give this a name. Let's call this team sync, and we can give it a tag, or you just quickly click on next to create a project. You can set project owner to your email, and let's create this project. So once you click on create project, you should brought to this page, and you should see you already set to team sync. So let's create a cluster. So I'm going to click on create cluster, and make sure to select the free version. So just select the free, and let's scroll down. We can just leave it to cluster 0 and set everything to default. Then let's click on create deployment. So I'm just going to quickly set this. So if you navigate me to this page where it say add your IP address, and then you can set your username and password. So make sure to copy this password, and you can also copy your username. So just click on create database user, and immediately you can just click on choose a connection. So let's go over to MongoDB for VS Code. So you see it is saying cluster 0 is provisioning. So we have to wait for it to be done with this. So just click on done, and once this is still loading up, we can go over to think database access, network access. Yeah. So here we need to add an IP address. So let's set this to allow from anywhere. this is not the best option. So you can just use, I'm going to use that for this. So I'm going to click that so it works. So set this to anywhere and let's just confirm this. And you should see that it will set up my the IP address for every location, for every IP address. So let me go back to my database access. And let's just quickly go back to clusters. So just go back to overview and let's wait for it to set up completely. So our cluster is done. So the next thing we're going to do is to connect to our cluster. So I'm going to click on connect and let's select MongoDB. Let's copy this MongoDB for VS Code. So copy this and let's go over to our code and let's paste it inside our code. So I'm going to go over and let me go into my env inside the Mongo URI. So let's just paste it here and make sure to you can set this to a database name. So I'm going to call this team6db. Then let's make sure to replace this with our password which we copy. So I'm going to replace that with the password here, and our Mongo's URI is completely set up. So what we're going to do is to connect to our database. So make sure to save this and let's go into config. Let's go into our config and let's create a database.config. So let's say database.config.ts, and inside here we're going to just connect to our mongoose. So we say mongoose and let's get a config app.config and let's create a function which connects database, which is an async, and we have trail cache that awaits our mongoose.connect, and let's get our mongoose URL from config. Then we can just console this to log this out to connect it to Mongo database. And if not, we just console error and exist. So let's just save this and export to default. So once we're done that, we're going to go over to our index.txt and we're going to call it inside there. So let me close this my terminal and we're going to do that below. Let's say after this. So say await connect database. So connect database and make sure to import that. Yeah. So once that is done, we can just look at our code and you should see. Let me stop this and run this again. And hopefully it should connect to our database. So let's wait for it to run. Yeah, so we can see connected to Mongo database. So that's it. So the next thing we are going to do now is to work on the error handling and async handler. So let's head over to that. So let's set up the error handler. So the error handler is going to help us catch all errors on the app project. So to handle error handling, we're going to come below all the middlewares here. That is above the app.listing. Then we're going to type in app.use. We're going to pass in error handler. So we've not created this yet. So how we're going to do that, we're going to create a middleware which will handle all errors in our app. So let's go over to middleware and let's create a, let's go into middlewares and we're going to create a file called error handler middleware. So let's just do that here. I'm going to create error.middleware.txt. We can just put handler here. Yeah, something like that. Then inside here, we're going to quickly just say export constant error handler. So this is going to be, let me just close this. We're going to set a type to error handler from error request handler from um, Express. So let's just pass in error request response and next. And let's just say to any, yeah, let's just, yeah. So yeah, we're going to set response. We're going to return response dot status status. We're going to set that to 500. That's internal server error. We're going to say JSON, which we're going to set a message. Internal server error with, we can just say error. Return it to unknown error occur. Yeah, so let's go ahead and import that inside the index.txt. So I'm going to import this from the middleware, and we should say that the error handler is set up now. So the next thing we are going to, so we also forgot to set the error. This is going to be message. So if there is no error message, it's going to join unknown error message. So we can also handle other type of catch other errors here, like the syntax error if the JSON data is not passed correctly. So like this, we can say error instance syntax error. I will say 400 invalid JSON. Format, please check your request body. So let's also console the path. So we can log out the path here. So just put constant console.log, and let's just set error or code on path. You can set the path here. So let's change this to this. Yeah. Then let's just set request.path. Now we can return, can just set the error. So we can also log out this and see it in our terminal. So we've been able to set all type of error like the syntax, and also if any error that is not catch here, we fall back to internal server error. So notice that writing status code like this is not actually the best approach to use, and this is the same pattern I used in my previous video. So we have to set up an HTTP config where we show all of the status code in a human readable format. So inside our config, we're going to create a file which we're going to call HTTP config. So I'm just going to say http.config.ts. So inside here, I'm going to just write our constant HTTP config, and this is going to be equals to, we're going to return an object, and here we're going to just say okay, which is going to be a 200 status code. So it's not much to write that. You can just copy that from the GitHub. So I'm going to just copy that and paste it here, and we can see that we say 200 created, 201 accepted, and um, other status code here. So we need to also set it like this, assign it to a constant. So now we can also do it like this. We can do SP status dot, and we can get the human readable status here. So we need to also set the type for the status code. So I'm going to just do export type HTTP status. We're going to call it code. This is going to be equals to type of HTTP. Sorry, it's going to be HTTP status. And we're going to set the key. So make sure to just wrap this in a bracket, and let's just set the key of type of HTTP status here. So we have the HTTP status, and we have the HTTP status code type. You can just set this to type here. Yeah, this is okay. So now let's copy this and let's go and replace. Let's go over to replace that. We just go over to the error handler middleware and let's replace this to HTTP status. So import that from config, and this is going to be 400 is bad request and 500 is internal server error. So this is it. So we should go over to our index.tx and let's also change this to HTTP. So let's import this and let's set this to OK 200. So if you test this endpoint, it should work correctly. So if you run this, everything still works well. We can test that on Postman. So I have my Postman already open here. So let's it load completely. So I'm just going to open this and let me just paste this localhost and let's just press. Now you should see 200. Okay. Yeah. So it's working. It's working fine. So the next thing we are going to do is to work on the async handler. So to handle async, to set up our async handler is, so to set up our async handler is a function that wraps async controller. So it wraps this controller or route handler to catch any error and forward it to the error handler to prevent unwanted or unhandled exception from crashing the server. Example of this is if I set this to async here, and inside the function, I'm going to throw an error here. So let me close this terminal. I'm going to throw an error here. And if I try to call these endpoints, let me check if the server is running. Once I click on send, we should see that it failed. This is because it consoled the error here and it crashes the server. So to handle this, we need to wrap this in a trial cache. So we need to trial cache. Then once we wrap this, we have to send the error by sending next and sending the error down to the error handler. So if my server runs up, I'm going to try to test it now, and we should see the error. So if I click on send, we should see internal server. So the error handler catches the error and return it for us as 500 internal server error, and you can see our message here, test error. So writing trial cache or handling in this way in all of our controllers or endpoints are going to work. It's not the best approach. So the best way for us is to create a middleware that handle this. We create the async handler that handle this for us. So I'm going to go into my middleware. I'm going to put it into the middleware folder. You can put it anywhere you prefer. So I'm going to say async handler dot middleware dot tx. So inside here, we're going to make sure to import the express, the request and response. So below here, I'm going to set my type. My type is going to be, I'm going to call this async controller type. And let's make a call and let's put request, which is going to be set to request. We have response, which is going to be set to response. So let me break this down. And the last one is going to be next. I'm going to set out next function. So we need to set arrow function, which is going to return us a promise. And this promise is going to just set any year. So inside there, we're going to export constant. I'm going to call it async handler. And this is going to be, let me close this. This is going to, we're going to pass the controller, and this is going to have a type of async controller. Sorry guys, controller type. So let me just paste it here. And it's going to also return async controller type. So let's just set our arrow. And here we're going to set async, which is going to take in the request, response, the request, response, and next. And next. So I'm going to also set arrow here and let's call this. So inside here, we're going to set our trial catch here. So we're going to pass down the request into a controller. So I'm going to just pass it here. Then we're going to catch the error, pass the error to fall back to be caught by the error handler. So once you do like this, if I copy this error handler and go over to index.tx. So I'll go back to index.tx. So let me close this. And inside here, I'm going to just remove the trial catch from here. And let's remove the async and let's just wrap this. Let's wrap the entire function and let's import this from middleware. So we can save this like this. So once I throw this error, let me check my server is running. And I try to call this endpoint, we should get the same thing. So we got the same error. So we've been able to use our async handler, and this is reusable to any other controller we are going to create. So the next thing we are going to look at is custom error and exception. So for example, if I remove this throw error here, and let's say for example we are calling our model which we don't have yet. So I'm going to just do this. So we're just going to say user model find. We're trying to find a user. Let's say find one, and we're trying to get the email. So all this and all are not it's not working yet. So let's just use it for example to demonstrate how it works. So I'm going to say not user. So the default way most of us would do is to just say return response dot status 400, and we just say JSON, and then we return our error back. So this is the default way most people do it. But we can use a way that is better by using the throw. We can use the throw new, but this will not be tied to error. This will have different exception which we can use, like the not found exception, internal server exception, and other exception we can use, which is somehow human readable way of writing exception. So I'm going to remove this. So what we are going to do is to go over to, let's clear everything. Let's save this back. I think the error should stop. I don't think this error should stop. So we need to also remember to add async here. So we need to add async here because we are using this async handler here. So let's go over to our file and let's create a file inside a UID inside our utils, and let's create app error. So app error will handle we're going to use this to handle the error exception. So we're going to create that. So we're going to export this and we're going to say class app error. So this is going to extend from the error we've seen in the previous, what we used to throw an error in the index.txt. So we're going to extend from this and we're going to set the status code. So I'm going to say public status code, which is going to come from HTTP status code type. Then we can also define public error code. So error code is going to be not, so we've not defined error code. So let's go over to the enum and let's define error code. So this can be optional if you prefer not to use it, but I'm going to just show it in this project. So inside the enum, we're going to create a file called error code .enum.txt. So inside here, I'm going to just copy it and paste it inside here. You can find it in the GitHub repo. So this is just some error message of unauthorized access, unauthorized, not auth not found, validation error, resource not found, internal server error. So this is how it's specified, and we also set the type, the enum code, error code enum type, which is equals to key of type of error code enum. So we can use this and just set this to as constant here. So just save this and let's go over to our app error and let's go over back and just copy the error code enum type and let's bring it here. So this will be specified. So let's make sure to import that from the enums here. So inside here, we're going to create our constructor. So our constructor is going to be set to message. Our message is going to be string. We are going to say status code. This is going to be equals to HTTP status dot internal server error by default. Then we're going to set our error code. Let's just copy this. Let me remove one area. So I'm going to just close this here. Okay, let's just get error code. Let's make it optional, and we're going to set it back to the type. So inside there, we're going to call super. Super is we're going to pass the message here, and this dot status code is going to be equal to status code. Then we have this error code is going to be equal to error code. Then we're going to say error dot capture stack trace, and we're going to pass in the this and this dot constructor. Yeah, so we are done with it. So this is what we're going to use to handle the create the exception. So we're going to extend from app error to create different exception for this. So the first one we're going to create is the internal server exception. So I'm going to just paste it here. So this is it. I'm going to explain that. So we have internal server exception extend from the app error, and we're going to pass in the constructor, the same thing we have here. And this will just take in the message, which is internal server error, which I set as default here. And we have the error type, and we can set the error type here. So we can pass the error code, or it fall back to the enum dot code exception, the internal server error. Then we have the HTTP internal server error here and the message. So we can also provide the HTTP exception that can be used, not defined by the, or we can do it like this. We can specify HTTP exception extend from app error and will pass in the message status. This will not require us to set the default. All will require the user to pass. Let me set this to type. Yeah. So this requires the users to pass every. So we're going to also do for not found, bad request, which is status 400, not found, which is status 404. So I'm going to bring it down here. Let me bring it in so we can see it here. Message, we can send source not found. This is just default message. We're going to likely pass message to it. You can remove it if you don't want to pass it, or we can just set it to string like this. So I'm just going to leave it like this. And we say error code to the error type, and this is just similar to what we have in the internal server error, but just changes to not found, and this one we sort not found. Then we're going to also have for bad request exception. So this is for status 400, and this is the same thing, bad request, and you can just change it to validation error, or you can add your own error code to it. I'm just going to leave it to this error. And the last one is the unauthorized exception. So we're going to also paste that here. So unauthorized exception, we just pass in the message, the error code. This is what user will pass in once they are using it, and this message HTTP status unauthorized, error code enum, and access unauthorized. So we are going to also go to the error handler to catch this error from the app error. So inside the error handler, we are going to go into error handler here. And instead of us getting this error, if you look at if you go over to this, here we look at, we're having internal server. So this error we throw from the endpoint is going down to the server error. So if we're using the app error, we'll create we're able to catch this error from here. If it's from instance of app error, that we'll call it passing the message, passing the status, and passing the error code. So let's do that here. So inside here, I'm just going to, you can just get this here, paste it here, and we're just going to say error instance of app error. So make sure to import that. And if the error is from app error, then we can just simply say response status. So this is the status code will be dynamic. You can see error status code, and the message will be dynamic, the error code will be dynamic. So once I save this, if I go over to my index.txt and I do the same thing here, so let me throw an error here using the new, let's call this bad request exception. So if you look, I will see we have message, error code, message, and error code. So I'm just going to put in error code is optional. I'm going to put in only message. I'm going to say this is a bad request. So let's try and test it out on our Postman. So I'm going to try and run this. So make sure the server is running, and then let me click on it. So if I click on this, we should see, we can see this is a bad request, and we can see validation error. So you can also change this from here, from validation error to error enum dot. We can change this to we can just give it to anything here, like invalid token, something like that. And if we send it, we should see invalid token, Auth invalid token here. So this is how to set up custom errors and to also handle the exception in code. So let's move over to setting up our Mongoose models. So let's create our models. So I'm going to go over to our model folder here. So I'm going to close this. Let me clear everything here. And let's go into backend design SRC, and let's go into our model. So the first model we're going to create is a user model. So I'm going to say user.model.txt. So inside the user model, we are going to create the document, we're going to create the type. So the schema type. So I'm going to say export interface. We're going to call this user document. And this is going to extend from the document, which we're going to import. So make sure to import that from Mongoose. So I'm going to just import that here. And we can see we've imported Mongoose document from Mongoose here. So let's just call this. We're going to have our name, which is set to string, email, which is set to string, password. So since we're using Google a sign in or sign up, password is going to be optional. So we're going to also have profile picture. Profile picture is going to be string or null. So we're going to say it's active. It's going to be Boolean. Last login is going to be dates or null. We're going to have our created at. This is going to be dates. Updated at. It's going to be dates. Then inside here, we're going to have we're going to set our current workspace. So we've not created a workspace model, which we're going to do later on. So let's just set it. This is going to be set to Mongo's type object ID or no. Then we're going to create a function for, we can create a method inside the user model. The user model, to handle compare password and also to omit password. So I'm going to just place that. They say compare password. This is going to be value. We're going to pass a string and it's going to return a boolean, a promise of boolean. Then for the the omit password is a method that we can set user.omit password to remove the password. So this is just a type. We're going to set omit here. And we're going to set user documents and pass the password here, value, the password here, key here. So let's create the schema here. So I'm going to say constant user schema. And schema is going to be equals to new schema. And new schema, we're going to set the type to user documents. And let's just the let's create the yeah. So inside here, we're going to specify the name, which is type string require false, trim true, type string require true, unique true. You can set it to lowercase here, and you can also set this to, if you set false, it will not return that you call to fetch the data. But I'm going to set it to true because we're going to use it. And we're going to also set the login and the last login and the profile picture. So I'm going to say profile picture, current workspace. We're going to set it to type Mongo, schema type, object ID, reference workspace. So we've not created a workspace model, which we're going to do that. So it's active, boolean, default true. Then last login, date, default null. So let's make sure to set timestamp here. So timestamp is true. So Mongo will set our time for the updated ads and the created ads. So yeah, we're going to set up anytime we are saving this data into the user model, we are going to hash this password. So let's say user schema dot pre-save. We're going to say pre. So and our key is going to be save. So this is going to be an async function. We're going to say function. Let's pass in next. So if this dot modify is modified, and let's pass in the key here, we're going to say password. We are going to say if this dot password, we are going to hash this password. So this dot password is going to be equals to our ways or hash value. So we're going to create that in a minute. So let's just say hash password and let's pass in this dot password here. So this will handle this is what we're going to use to handle the password. So we are going to create the hash password. Yeah. So let's go into inside our utils and let's create a file called bcrypt here. So bcrypt.cs. So inside the bcrypt, we're going to just import that. So let me just import bcrypt from bcrypt here. So we're going to create the function here to hash the password here. So let's say hash value async value string sort round number to 10. We're going to set the default to 10, and we're going to set bcrypt.hash the value and set the sort here. Also, we're going to also do to compare. This is when we want to log in the user. We have to compare the password. So I'm going to just set the compare value is going to be value, and we're going to pass the hash value. Then we're going to compare the value with the hash value. So let's just save this. So make sure to write this and just save this here. And let's go back to our user model and make sure to import. User model. Let's make sure to import the hash value. So we're going to also create a method we're going to create a method now to handle the we forgot to pass in the next here. We didn't use the next, so we're going to pass in the next here, and let's just save this like this. So let's say user schema dot method. This is going to be method dot omit password. So omit password is going to be equals to function, and we're going to just set this to omit. I'm going to set it to omit here, the same type we did here. Let me just copy this like this, and let's paste it here, and let's just for this function here. So inside here, we're going to say constant user object. So we're going to get the user object of this dot to object, and we're going to delete the password here from the object. So user object of password, and let's return the user object, and the error should stop. So we are done with this. So the last one, other method we're going to do is the compare password. So the compare password is the same method, compare password async. We pass in the value string, then we can just update this. Remember that the hash password is already stored in the database through this pre-save here. So we're going to just pass in the user. The user have to pass in the password, and we'll pass it into the compare value. Then we also pass in the hash password, and this is it. So lastly, we're just going to console here and set user model into the mongoose.model. Set the user documents, the user, which is the name here, which will be stored in the database, and this is the user schema. The user schema. And we're going to export default user model. So we are done with the user model. So make sure to just write exactly the same thing. So the next model we're going to look at is the account model. So since we are signing up with Google, we are going to be storing most of the data into the account model, like the provider ID and the provider. So inside the user model, we are going to create account model here. So account.model.ts. So let's close this, and inside here we're going to also import the documents and schema. Let's also export interface. We're going to call this account document, and extend this from document. We are going to set provider. So we are going to specify the enum type for provider. So we are going to create the provider type enum, so that to make sure we pass in exactly any value we pass in must match this type, so we can be our code can be clean and organized. So let's go into let's go into enum, and let's create that here. So I'm going to create enum, I'm going to enum, and let's create account dot, we can call this provider dot enum, account dash provider dot enum dot tx. So you can just simply export constant, let's say provider enum, and this is going to just be equals to let me close this. So we're going to just call Google. You can call different type of provider. We can have Google, GitHub, Facebook, and last one we must put email since we're going to use traditional way to authenticate user using the email. And let's also set the type for this enum. So I'm just going to set the type here. So export type, provider enum type, the key type, the key of type of, and the provider enum type. So let's just copy this provider and make sure to set this like this. Make sure email must be specified. This two is not important, and we're going to focus on only Google and email. Let's save this and let's go over to account model and let's set this here. So make sure to import the provider enum type, and we're going to also provide the provider ID here. So the provider ID, we are going to specify, this is going to store the it's going to store the email if we're using the default email ID, the default email provider. We're going to store the email here because it's going to be unique. We can also store, we're going to also store the Google ID, Facebook ID. So all of them will be default set as the provider ID because provider ID is going to be unique. So let's set the user ID here. So user ID is going to be mongoose.types object ID here. So we can just set, if we are using refresh token, you can use refresh token here, but we're not going to use refresh token. So refresh token will be stored in the can be stored in the account, or you can store it in the cookie. So I'm going to just say created dates, created ads. So just created that. So now let's create the schema. So let's do export account schema is going to be equals to new schema, and let's set this to the account document. And let's just call this and let's open this here. So let's say constant, not export. Yeah, so it should stop the error. So let's get the user ID here. So the user ID is going to reference the user, and this is going to be required to true. Then we can also set the provider, and this provider is we're going to get it from the provider enum, which is specified here. So to do that, we're going to just set it here. So provider type string enum is going to be object value of provider enum, and this is going to be required. Then we can set the provider type ID. This is going to be type string and require true with unique true. Then we can just set the other values which we're not going to use, just to refresh token and token expire. So inside here, we're going to just set timestamp to true to set the dates for us. And lastly, we can delete the refresh token, exclude any information you don't want to come out from to the response. So we can do like JSON to JSON, and this we just say transform. We can specify doc red, and we can delete any. We can say red dot, and if you open, you can delete any of these. I remove any of these from the response here. So I'm just going to say refresh. Let's just put refresh token here. So anything, you can remove anyone. I'm just going to set it like this. So I'm going to export this here. So constant account model. So model mongoose.model accounts documents account and account schema. So that is it here. And they set export default account model. So that is it. So the next one we're going to look at, we're going to look at the workspace model. So let's go over to our file. Let's create workspace model. So I'm going to create workspace here. Dot model dot tx. So we are going to also import this here. Let's import the schemas from Mongoose, and we're going to just write type export interface workspace document extend from documents. We're going to have the name of the workspace, description of the workspace, and we're going to have owner. The owner is going to be the user who created the workspace. So we're going to set that to the ID, and we're going to also have an invite code for all, a generated invite code for all of the workspace created. So created at string, updated at to string. So let's say constant workspace schema. This is going to be equals to new schema. I'm going to set this to workspace document, and let's just open this object. We're going to set the name. The name of the workspace is required. The description is not required, it's optional. Then the owner is going to be required. This is going to reference the user model. You can see reference to the user model, the workspace creator. And this is going to be set to require true. So now the last one is the invite code, which is going to be of type string. Then we're going to set this to require true, unique, true. So to set this to unique, so we need to set default, which once we create the workspace, this invite code will be generated for us. So we can set that to default, and this default will be set by a function which will generate the invite code for us. So I'm going to say generate invite code. So let's create a file, utility file that we can call this function, and we use it here. So let's go into our utils and let's create a file. So let's go into our utils and let me create a file called uuid. So uuid.txt. We have all of our generated code here. So I'm just going to import that from uuid here, and this will just have our invite code here. So v4 as from uuid4. So we're going to paste that here. So this is going to be generate invite code function uuid v4, which is coming from the v4 here. We're going to replace the uuid come with each of the characters have dash there. So we're going to replace the dash and empty this and reduce the equally the character 8 character from the UUID, which is going to be returned to us. So the invite code is going to be a limit of 8 characters there. So let's go into our workspace model and let's import this here. And let's quickly set our timestamp to true. And we are going to create a model in case we want to regenerate this invite code. We can just simply create a model here, a method here. Then I'm going to say workspace schema dot methods dot reset. We can reset the invite code, and this is going to be function. And this function is going to say this dot invite code, and we're going to call this generate again us. Let's set the new generate invite inside to the invite code. And now let's just quickly export this schema here. So workspace model, mongoose.model, and workspace document with workspace and passing this workspace schema. So we're going to export our workspace model. So we are done with the workspace model. The next thing we're going to work on, let's go ahead and work on the project model. So inside here, we're going to close this. Let's create the project.model.txt. So let's make sure to let's also we're going to import the Mongoose, the document schema from Mongoose, and let's do export interface project documents extend from documents. So make sure to just remove the S here. And we're going to have name.string. We're going to also have we're going to have the name, we're going to have the description, which is optional for the project. We're going to have emoji. We're going to have the workspace because each project will be tied to a workspace, and we're going to have who created this project. So we're going to have workspace, Mongoose type object ID. We're going to have created by. We're going to specify the object ID created as and the updated as. So we're going to have constant schema. We're going to pass the project documents here to the schema. So here we're going to have the name here. So this is going to we're going to have in the name. So the name is going to be string required and trimmed true. We're going to have string, and this is going to be false because we have a default of this. So this is stacked. You can just type that on your emoji. You can find this emoji and just paste it here. Any emoji can be the default for each project. And I'm going to set this to default. The description to required false. Then we're going to set the workspace to reference the workspace. So this is going to reference the workspace. This is the workspace ID here. And we're going to also by the created by is going to have to reference the user model here. So let's just set the timestamp to true, and let's export the model here. So I'm going to just say project model mongoose.model project documents. We're passing the project which will be stored in our mongoose MongoDB. So we're going to have project schema and export defaults to project model. So this is everything here. So we are done with this. So the next model we're going to work on is the tax model. So the tax model is going to kind of big because it has some other things required for tax here. So we're going to say tax.model.tx. So as usual, we're going to import the schema and the mongoose from unnecessary for mongoose here. We are going to set export interface tax document extend from documents. So here, each of these tags we have a tax code, and this tax code is going to be set to string. Then each tag is going to have a title. Then tags will have a description or no, so it's optional. A tags will be referenced. We have a reference of the project ID. So it's tied to a project ID, also to a workspace. So we're going to also set the workspace. We'll set it to workspace to ID too. So it's going to reference the workspace. Then the task is going to have some enums here, which is going to be first of all is the status here. You're going to also have priority, and we're going to also have assign. Okay, it's just this status and priority for now. Then we're going to also have assign to. So assign to is who the task is going to be assigned to. It's going to reference the user, and it can be null by default. Then we're going to also have who created this task. It's going to be here. Then we can set due date for this. Due date is going to be tied to date or no. Date or no. Then let's just put our created at and updated at. So let's just fix this status. So the status is going to be an enum, and we're going to set this to tax status enum type. So let's go over and create tax enum inside the enum. So I'm going to go into my enum and let's just say tax.enums.tx. So for the tags, we have For the tasks, we have the backlog, the to-do, and the in progress, in review, and done. So this is it. Backlog, to-do, in progress, in review, and done. Then why for the priority, we have low, medium, high. Yeah, we're going to also set the types for both of them here. We can see export type, tax enum type, which is going to be the tax status enum here, and also the type for the priority. So we're going to use this inside the tax model. So let's go over into our tax model. Let's make sure to import this, and let's set this like this. The type, let's make sure to import this. So we are done with setting up the tax document. Yeah, so let's create the tax. Let's create the schema. So I'm going to say tax schema is going to be equals to new schema. We're going to pass in the tax document, unless so for the tax code, let me stop this. So let's get the task code. So the task code we're going to set a function that will generate this code for us. So let's set it to type first string, and this is going to be unique to true. So we're going to have let's put a comma here. Default. So we're going to create a function. This is going to be called generate tax code for us. So let's go over to our UUID and let's create this here. So inside the UUID, we are going to create export a function here. So let's just bring it here. So this is going to be generate tax code tax. We're going to give it a prefix of tax. UUID 4, we can move the dashes and we set it to 3. You can increase the length of the character, or you can increase the maximum value of the character from 3 to 4. So I'm going to set it to 3. So, but we're going to set tax to the beginning of everything. So let's go over to our tax model and let's import this from UUID. So we're going to also set the title and description here. So string required, trim true, default is null. We can just set this to trim true and default is null. We're going to reference our project and then workspace here. So we're going to say schema type object ID reference project required true, which is also for the workspace too. Then for the status we're going to the status, this is going to be of type string, and we're going to have enum here. So enum is going to be object the values. I'm going to say tax status enum, and we're going to just set our default. Default is going to be tax status enum.todo. So that is it. We're going to also set for priority here. Default is going to be, let's import this. Priority, the default is going to be medium. And we're going to also set for assign to and also created as. So assign is the user to be assigned to, but the default is going to be null for now. Yeah. So reference and created by. So we can just set our due date here, and we're going to just set default to null. So let's add the timestamp, and let's export this. Let's export this model, passing tax model, mongoose model, tax documents, and we're going to just set this to tax, and we're going to pass in our tax schema. Yeah, so this is it. So we are done with the tax. So we're going to work on the members model. So members of the workspace. So let's just go over and create the model to handle the members here. So I'm going to just click on this, and let's say member dot model txt. So as you're going to import this, so we're going to also we're going to export. So let's just do export interface member document extend document. So for now we're going to just set this to no, because we've not. Let's just uncomment it, comment this for now. We're going to do once we are done with the rows, we're going to just specify the row document here. So let's just export. Let's just say constant. Sorry, constant member schema. This is going to be equals to new schema. We are going to just say member documents. Let's open this objects, and we're going to reference. First of all, we're going to reference the user ID. So the user that's a member, we're going to reference the user here. Let me just bring it here. Then we're going to reference the row which we've not created yet, but we're going to just reference that. So we can just comment it for now here. But we're going to reference the row. Then we're going to also set our join at. So when did the user join? So we're going to set default to date now. Then we're going to set our timestamp here. So let's set our timestamp to true. And let's export this model. So we have member model, mongos.model, member document, members. We're going to pass in our member schema here. So let's just set this like this. And let's export to default members model. So everything is okay. Let's save this and let's go over to work on our roles and permission model. So we're going to have roles dash permission dot model dot tx. So let me delete this. So let me create it again. Roles dash permission dot model dot tx. Yeah. So inside here we're going to import the Mongoose. Then we're going to say export interface raw document. So this is a raw document, extend from documents. And we're going to have our name. So now to handle rows permission in our project, we have to set the row type, and we also need to set the permission type. So to do that, we're going to create an enum first, which we're going to use to handle we're going to use to set the rows and the permission type. So what we're going to do is to go over to our enum and let's create the enum that has all the rows and all the permission. So I'm going to call this row.enum.ts. You can call it anything you want. So the first thing I want to do is to set my role. So we have three rows. We have the owner, admin, and member. We are going to set the type here. So this type can be owner, admin, member, or you can add more to guests or anyone you want like this. So the role type is going to be key of, type of, and this is going to set to role. Now we have the permission. So to do constant dot permission, so permission is going to be as constant here. So you can simply do any way you want for the permission, but I'm going to just list out some things here. You can get this from the GitHub URL. So we say create workspace. Let me split this out. Create workspace. delete workspace, edit workspace, manage workspace. We have add member, change member role, remove member. We have create project, edit project, delete projects. We have create tags, edit tags, delete tags, and we have view all. So this view all can be simply handling it because we can also write this here. We can call this view underscore projects. You can do it like this. But I just want to set it to view because everybody will view this. Everybody will view, both member, both admin, both owner will view. So there's no points for me setting it like this separately. So I just set it in the just set it one here. You can just call it view all or view only, anyone you want. You can also make it better by setting owner. Once you set like this workspace, and workspace will have a list of create, updates, or you can call it to edit, delete, and we can also have view. So you can decide to follow this approach if you want than this one. But I just want to make it simple for us to understand. So I'm going to just remove this and let's go on with this pattern. So we set the permissions. So now we need to let's get the type for it here. So export type, permission type, and set this to permission. So we can go over to our model and let's bring in our row type here. And let's set permission. So permission, we're going to have each owner, each of these row, we have a list of permission which we're going to create. So let's just set this to array. We're going to work on that now. So let's say array of permission. Let's get permission type. So let's just go over and create this by assigning each of the row their permission. So we can do that inside the utils here. So let's just create rows dash permission .tx. So now inside here, we're going to import we're going to import everything from here, including the type and the permissions and rows here. We're going to import the rows, this row, the type, the permission, and the permission type here. So now let's do export constant. Let's see rows, permission. This is going to be, we're going to say the type of record. We're going to call it key of type of rows and array. You can just simply set this to row type. You can set this to row type here, and we can have array of permission type. Yeah. So let's just open this. So now we're going to set owner. So owner is going to have permission dot sorry permissions dot why is it not showing? Okay, let me check this. Permission exports. Yeah. Oh, sorry guys. I think I made a mistake here. This should be equals to unless This is not close. So I think it should be like this. So let me just set like this permission dot yeah. So we're going to have create workspace. So we can do for all of so owner can do almost all can do all of this by you can say permission create workspace, permission edit, delete, manage workspace setting, add member, change member, remove member. You can also create project, edit project, delete projects, create tasks and delete tasks, and also all of this. So we also have the admin. So for the admin we have uh just little. We have add members or can change member role. But I think they can remove member. Yeah, we can set that to remove member. We can have create project, edit project, delete projects, create tasks, delete tasks, and they can manage workspace. But let's just remove the remove member for now, like this. So I'm just going to close all of them. Then the last one is member. Member can only view, create tasks and edit tasks, or can delete tasks. So let's just save this. You can also add delete tasks if members can create tasks. So there's no point for them to delete. You can also allow them to delete the tasks. So the next thing we're going to do now is to go over to our role permission model, and let's complete that here. So I'm going to let's do constant rows row schema. It's going to be new schema, and let's just set the row document here, and we're going to set the name. So the name is going to be of type string, and we're going to have enum here, objects dot values. We're going to have our rows. So it must match this value. It must match these rows, which we have owner, admin, and then member. So this is going to convert that object to a list. So if you look at it here, you can see that it's a list here. So we're going to say this to require true and unique to true. So we can have the same row name in the database. So we're going to also have our permission. Sorry, permissions. It's going to be a type of a list or string. Then we're going to set the enum to. The enum is going to be permissions. So we need to make sure to import this permission. Import this here. Make sure to import it from make sure it should be in this row.enum. And now we're going to set this to required true. And let's set default. So default, we're going to set it to a function. And this is going to take in this row document. And we're going to just return. We're going to return rows permission. Row permission. Let me just drag this down here. And this we're going to just pass in this dot name. And this should stop the error. So let's also set the timestamp for this. And let's export the row model. So let's go over back to, so I think everything is complete here. Let's go over to our members and let's enable the members model and let's enable the role documents now. So let me just import this for roles and permission model and let's enable this. So I think we are done with the members model. So let's go over to, so we're going to populate before we try to add user. So we're going to have to populate the database with our role and permission here. So we need to populate the is the roles and permission model with this inside our MongoDB. So let's go over and do. So in order for us to populate the database with our roles and permission or initial data, this is also referred to as seeding. So we need, in order to perform seeding, we need to run a seeder file. So we need to create a file inside our seeder folder, which we will run, that will populate this data we have into our database. So you can also use your sample data or initial data or any form of data. But in this part, we need to populate the roles and permission into the database. So before we can create user and reference the ID in the members model. Remember, we are specifying the ID here in the members model. So we need this thing to exist in the database. So in order to do that, we're going to go into our Cedar folder and let's create a rows. Let's create a row.cedar.tx. So inside here, we're going to create a function. I'm going to say an async function. We're going to call it seed row. Let me call it seed rows. This is going to be async, and we're going to return this. So let's make a log here so we can track this. So since we're going to loop through these roles and permission in our utils here, we're going to loop through all this and populate the owner, the admin, and the members into the roles and permission model. You can see we have to pass the permission and the name of the role. So we are going to, let's put a trial cache. So we are going to use you can do it by looping through the roles and permission here. That will be the right way. That's what we're going to do. But I want to also use transaction. So a transaction in Mongoose ensures that multiple actions on the database are done together. If one fails, all changes are cancelled to keep the data safe and consistent. So I'm going to use that to on this seeding process. So what we're going to do inside the trial cache here, we are going to do that. We're going to call constant session. This is going to be await mongoose. So I'm going to import mongoose and we're going to call start session. So start session. You can also search for it here if you want to learn more about it. You can call and just search for mongoose transaction, and you can see, you can read more about mongoose transaction here. You can see the documentation specify what it is. So populate execute multiple operation, and you can also search for mongoose or MongoDB seeding. So this will bring out this will give us I think we can see some example here. There's no specific documentation for that. It's just, I think it's for MongoDB. You can look at it here, I think. Yeah. So you can just check that up. But let's continue from where we stop. So to do the process for the transaction, we're going to say await mongoose start session, and we're going to use this session here to start the transaction. So before we run this seeding, we're not going to, this raw cd file is not attached to the index.ts or run in this app listing. So we're going to run this file independently. So we need to connect our database here. So I'm going to import Await connect database, which we have done inside our database.config. So make sure to import that. Then I'm going to, first of all, once we are trying to populate the database, we need to delete the existing data there. So I'm going to make a log here, and let's delete the row model data. So we're going to say delete await row model and delete many, where we're going to pass in the session here. So everything are chained together. So row model delete many, so it will clear our database first. Then we're going to have to loop. So let's say for loop constant row name in row permission. So we can say constant row is equals to row name. We can just say to ask key of, then type of row permissions. Yeah, row permissions. So we can see row permissions. Then inside here, we're going to also set the permission here. We're going to say permissions is going to be equals to the row permissions which we have there, and we're going to pass in the row. So we've gotten the name of the row. We're going to pass into the permission to get this. If we go over to our permission, then we can get the permission from this data. So let me go back to my rows, see that file. And then we need to check. You can do that, so you can skip that, but we need to check. I can just check if the row already exists, but we're already deleting everything, so this can be skipped. But I'm just going to add it here. So we're going to say existing row await row dot find. So we're going to find one. If we find one, then name, we pass in the row. Then since you remember row is unique, so we're going to pass in session to this. Remember, we're connecting this to the transaction, so everything is being chained together. So once we get the existing row, we say if not existing row, we are going to say constant new row is equals to new row model. Then just open this, and we're going to pass in the name dot row. So we're going to pass in the row. The row is any of these. We're going to pass in the permissions, and they pass in the permission. Then we're going to just save this data. So I'm going to just paste it here. And remember, to save this, we're going to pass in the session too. So we're going to save the new row, save and pass the session. Make sure you are passing the session here, and pass session once you try to find, and just pass the session here when you try to save. So we're going to just log that to confirm that this actually save. So row added to it the permission. So else if this already exists, so we just log this out too and say row already exists. So we are done with this. The last thing we're going to do is to commit this transaction. So we're going to say await session commit transaction. And then we're going to can also log this out and say transaction committed. Then we're going to also, the last thing we're going to do is to end the transaction. So we're going to say end session. And we can log this and just say session ended. And then we can just log this below it and say seeding completed successfully. So we can just capture this error and say error during seeding and pass in the error. So we are done with our seeder file. So now the next thing to do is to call this function now. So make sure everything is similar so we don't make any mistake to avoid error. So let's run the file. So we're going to say cd rows. We're going to call this function and catch any error from this. So I'm just going to say if there's an error, we'll just throw there's a console error running script and we'll specify the error so we can do that. So we are done with this. Now what we need to do is to run the file. So before we run the file, let's go over to our package.json. We are going to have to set it inside our package.json here. We're going to set the script for it. So I'm just going to go. I set this. You can set it. Just set it up here. Or let me set it at the top. You can call this seed, or you can call it anything. Let me just put comma, and here we're going to say tx dash node. Then we're going to specify the file paths cedar slash row dot. Make sure this is correct with the file cedar.cs. So now we can run npm run this. So let's try and run that now. So I'm going to let's connect this to we can create a new separate terminal to run that. So I'm going to say npm run seed and let's press enter and let's see. Let's see, wait for it to run. So I think we're having some error. So let me just cancel this here. Let me close this first. And let's see, it's a new error environment variable key not set. So I forgot we need to import the we forgot to get the .env. So I'm going to go into index.tx and let's copy this. Remember this .env.config is being passed inside the connect. If you remember, inside the connect.database, we are using config.mongo URI, and this file is being run on its own. So we need to import this up here. So I'm going to just import this here. So this will solve the problem of not able to find the Mongo URI. So let's run it again. And hopefully it should work. So seed rows started. We should see the next one should be declaring existing data. So you can see row owner added, row admin added, and transaction ended. So seeding complete successfully. So we can check this in our database. So I'm just going to go into my Mongos here, MongoDB, and let me connect this. So let me quickly connect this to my Mongos. So I'm going to copy this. Let me connect this here. So connect. So connecting. And yeah, it's connected. So I can go into MongoDB and this is it. So I'm just going to drag this down, go into my database, and we can see row. Then you can see three documents. We can see owner and the permissions with the created date. We can see the admin added. We can see the members added. So this is great. So we've been able to populate our MongoDB database with the rows and permission. So now we are going to move over to work on our endpoint, Google Auth endpoint. So let's go over to work on that. So let's create our Google Auth endpoint. So to handle that, we're going to be using passport OAuth to handle that. If you go over to your package.json, you see passport Google OAuth 20. So this is what we're going to use to handle Google OAuth endpoints in our project. So inside our config, we're going to create a file. Yeah. So I'm going to just create a file here. So just go here and let's say passport.config.cs. So inside passport.config, we're going to import passports and we're going to import express here. So I'm going to just import that. So let me close this here. So we're going to say passport, let's create .use, and inside here, we're going to set our strategy. So this is going to be our Google strategy. So we're going to just set this like this, say strategy as Google strategy from the passport Google OAuth strategy. So we're going to say new Google strategy. So inside here, we're going to have some things to put inside, some arguments. We're going to have the client ID, and the client ID we're going to get that from config dot. So let me config dot, let's import config from our app config dot Google ID. So let me client ID. So we're going to have client secret from config dot client secret. Then we're going to have callback URL. So this is going to be an endpoint which we're going to create later. Callback URL. Then we can specify the scope. The scope can be profile, and the user email. So once we do that, we can also pass request callback to true if you want to set anything to the request. So once you're done with that, we need to also pass the async, and this should stop the error. So let me just do it like this, and the error should stop. So yeah, we can get the request here. If you pass request to callback, then you can get the request here and set it to request, and request will come from our express here. Then we can set access token. This is going to come from Google refresh token. So we're not going to make use of all this token. What we need here is the profile. So we're going to get the profile here, and we can just pass in done, which is required here for fallback. So inside here, we're going to set trial cache, and this we're going to structure the profile. So I'm going to say constant, we structure the profile, and we're going to get profile dot underscore JSON. Let's call that, no, let's not call it, yeah, something like this. And then we can get the email, we can get the sub. So sub is we're going to call this Google ID, and we're going to get the picture which we can save. So I'm going to make sure that the Google ID exists, because we need to remember we set the provider ID to be unique and required. So I want to make sure that this is required. So I'm going to set a not found if it's not found. So we just cancel the we end the process. So I'm going to make sure we also console that. So let's see if it will come. We can also console the profile if you want to. Yeah, so I can move this up to. So the next thing we are going to do is once we've got the email, the Google ID, and the picture, we need to create a service that will handle this. So I'll just say constant, and I'm going to call this a service, call this login. So this will handle login on create account. You can call this like this. for Google. And inside here, we're going to pass in, the provider. So the provider is going to be, we're going to get our provider enum. Remember, this is coming first, has the Google GitHub, and this, we're going to specify this is for Google. So we're using Google, we're not using Facebook, we're not using it. So this is for Google. Then we're going to specify the display name. So this is going to be profile, the display name. That is the user name. Then we're going to set our provider ID here. Remember, this is going to be Google provider ID. Remember that you notice that we didn't get the display name from here. So we got directly from the profile display name. So we're going to also set the picture. So picture is going to be from the picture. Then lastly, the email is going to set email. Then we're going to just get the user from it, and we're going to pass it down to the done callback here. And if this has any error, we're going to just say error, and we're going to set this to false. So that is it. So let's go over to our Auth and create this Auth service, and let's create our first service here. So I'm going to go into this place, and let's create a service inside our Auth. So say auth.service.ts. So let's export constant. We're going to pass this, and let's get async, and let's just say data, and we can just set let's see, the provider display name, profile picture, and email here. So let's just say, let's just consider this like this. Yeah, so I've gotten it right. So we can also remove this from undefined. Yeah. So, but we're going to actually going to check that first before we do anything. So I'm going to destructure everything and get them here. So get them from the data. So now, since to create a user, remember, once we create the user, we want to immediately create a workspace for the user and also add the user as a member inside our workspace. So if we go over to our models, you can see that once we create a user, immediately we want to create a workspace for the user, because on the client side, we want to be able to redirect the user to a place where he will see the workspace. We can call that my workspace. So that is the initial workspace created for the user once they register. And each workspace is connected to a member. So if you look at the member schema, we can see that if you look at the member schema, it starts with a workspace. So we didn't add the word. So I omitted this. Sorry guys, I omitted this specifying the ID of the workspace inside the member. So we need to reference that too. So I think I made mistake here. So we need to reference that. I don't know why I didn't code error. We want to make sure that you correct this. So please just go over and put the workspace ID, because we specified this in the member document. So yeah, every workspace, every members will be connected. A user from the user schema or user model, we connected to a workspace. So let's go back to our Auth service. So now to do that, we are going to first of all we're going to first of all check the email if the email already exists. So So how we're going to do that? We're going to say, let's do trial catch here because we're not wrapping this with any async. So I'm going to say, let user, since we're using this service for both creating the user or logging the user. So we're going to say await, and we're going to say user model, import that. We're going to find one for email, and we say if not user, we're going to say if not user, let's create. So that means the user does not exist. We need to create a user. So before we continue, you will notice that we need to do countless creating and saving, like the user model. We need to create a user. Then we need to also create the account for that user. So the user will create a user, and we'll create a user for the user. We'll create the account. We'll also create a workspace, and then we will create the members. The member will add the user and the workspace inside the members model. So we are doing multiple actions here. So what we are going to do is to use the transaction. So I'm going to use transaction here to handle this. So if any one that fail, because everyone rely on each other, the user, the account, the workspace, and the member will rely on each other. So user can be created without adding them to a member and tying them to the workspace, because we are creating the workspace immediately after registering the user. So I'm going to use the transaction. So to do that, we're going to use our session here and say session await Mongo start session, what we use in the role when we're trying to see populate the database with the roles and permission. So we're going to start this session here. So I'm going to start this transaction, I mean to say. So I'm going to start transaction here. So session does start transaction. So started session. So here we're going to just say dot session. So we want to connect everything to this transaction. I want to chain everything to this transaction. So now, if not, we need to create the user. So to create a user, we're going to just specify user to new user model. We pass in the email, the display name, which is the name, the profile picture, which is picture, or we said no. Then once we are done with that, we can save the user so we can get the user ID. So the next step is to create. So this should be user. The next step is to create the account. So let me say constant account. This is going to be equals to new account model, and let's pass in the user ID first. So make sure to let's import this first from account model. Let's get the user ID. The user ID is going to be user dot underscore ID. So we're going to set the provider. Remember, the provider here is Google. You can set the provider. You can also add a type to the provider type to match with what we pass to match with the provider, or we've already set it. There's no problem for that. Then we have the provider ID here. So once we are done with the account, you have to save the account here. So now the next one we're going to do is to create a new workspace for the new user. So immediately we want to create a workspace for the user. So to create that, we're going to say constant workspace dot new workspace model. So let me import that, and let's give it a name. You can give this the to match the name of the and say the name of the user, the user dot name if you want, but I just want to set this to just simple my workspace. You can set description to this. So workspace created for user dot name. Yeah. Then the user ID will be set as the owner. Remember, owner is set to referencing the user. So we're going to connect the owner of the workspace user ID. Then we're going to save the workspace. So now we need to get the roles. We need to get the role. So to get the role, we're going to try to get the ID for that particular role. So we can say default, this is going to be set to be the owner of the role, owner of the workspace, I mean say. So I'm going to just first of all I'm going to find the role in my role model. So let me just import this here from the roles and roles permission model. I will say find one name that matches roles from the enum.owner. If you go over here, you can see we are pointing to owner to match. We don't want to hard code anything here. Say roles.owner. Then we set this session here because we are finding likewise what we did for the user. Then once we get this, if for instance we've not populated the database with the roles and permission, this will throw an exception here saying owner role not found. Then this will cause issue and then our transaction will help us to handle it. Anyone else to have any issue with any of these model fail to save. So if we have gotten the role owner role, then we can create our member. So we're going to add member is equals to new member model. So let's import this. Let's say user ID. And let's set user.id. Then workspace ID is workspace._id. Then we're going to say role is going to be owner role._id. Yeah. So we've gotten the owner role, we're going to set the ID. Then join date, we can just say join date to new date. And we can immediately save the member. So once we are done with this, remember in the user model, if I go over to the user model, we set current workspace. Yeah, we set current workspace to the workspace ID. So now we need to set the workspace with my workspace, which we've created, to the current workspace. So I'm going to set this and we're going to specify this to as Mongo's type ID. So user current workspace._id as Mongo's type object ID. Then if that, we need to now save the user and make sure to pass the session. So make sure to pass the session, look at it clearly and pass the session so we don't have any issue. So session here, then session here, session and session here. So once that is done, we are done with everything. We're going to just quickly go outside the check and we're just going to say we're going to commit and end this session. So we're going to just say session. We're going to just let's log this out. Say end session. Then we can catch the error and we can just lastly let's return the user. Remember, we need to return the user. So inside here, we're going to abort this session if any error. And we're going to end this session. And lastly, we're going to just throw that error here. And finally, we can just end the session if nothing goes wrong here. We can set finally here and to end the session. So this is it. This is it here. So we are done with this. Let's go over and import this inside the passport.config. So I'm going to go into my passport.config and let's import this login create account. If you go over to this pack, you see that if the user is not If the user already exists, we just return the user. If I close this now, you can see we just return the user directly. So let's just save this. Yeah. So we are done with the we're done with this here. So we're going to go over to get our client's Google Client ID just a minute. So let's first of all go and set up our route to connect this to our route. So inside the route, I'm going to create Auth route here. So let's create Auth route here. Route.ts. So inside here, we're going to say Auth route. Let's create our instance of Auth route. It's going to be router from Express, and we're going to say we're going to do a GET request, and the GET request will come from passport authenticate. I will specify the strategy, which is using Google. Yes. So we're going to use Google, and we can set the scope to um profile email. You can also set session to false if you don't want passport to use session. If you want to use JWT or stuff, you can stop. You can just set this to false, and also go to index here and comment the cookie session. So since I'm using session here, I'm going to just remove it. So we've set this, so we can call this endpoint on our browser and it will take us to Google once we set our client ID. Then we need to set the callback URL. If you go into your env file, you should see that we have Google callback URL. This Google callback URL, which we're going to set, is going to be our endpoint, which we are going to set. So let me go back to the Auth route. Let me go back to my Auth route. And here we're going to create, I'm going to say Auth route dot get is going to be get request. And we're going to call this Google slash. So let me put slash here, a callback. And there we're going to also do the same thing we did here. But we're going to remove the scope. Then instead we're going to pass field. If for any reason we have field we have any field issue or anything that Google can sign us in, then we'll have Google will redirect us to this failure redirect to this URL. So we need to specify the URL. So we're going to connect this, we're going to set this to our front end URL here. So I'm going to come to the top here. Name is a field URL. This is going to be equals to, let's specify config from app config dot frontend. You can say frontend Google callback URL. If you go over to env, you can see we specify this here. Localhost 5 to Google Auth callback. So this is for the client side, the front end side. So let me go back to our Auth routes. And inside here, we're going to just say, let's just give it status of failure or fail anyone. So I just give it this is a fail there. So I can just set this to this here. So now we are going to also we're going to also pass our controller here. So we're going to call it Google login callback or Google login callback controller. You can call it anything. Controller, anyone you prefer, or Google login controller. So I'll just leave it to Google login callback. So let's go ahead and then work. So before we set the Google login callback controller, let's go over to our package. We forgot to add something here. we didn't add our passport serializer. So I'm going to call this passport dot serialize user, and this will be user any. I'm going to say done. Then we can just say done personal and user. We can call the next we can just duplicate this and call this a serialize user. And we're going to just do the same thing. So basically, this is what we need to do here. So I'm going to close this and let's go over to handle this. So let's uncomment this and let's create this inside our controller. So we're going to create an Auth controller here. So I'm going to just go into our controller and let's say Auth controller .ts. So here we're going to say export constant. And remember, we need to pass now async handler because this is going to be, let's say, request from Express. And remember, we're going to say our response from Express. Let's call this. Yeah. So inside there, we can just get constant. So let's check if we can get the user. Yeah, we can get the user. So we say constant current workspace is going to be equals to request dot user dot current workspace. So you can see that it's saying that property does not exist in user. So let's just comment this for now. Let's import this. Yeah. We're going to come back to this. So let me think this is still showing some error because we didn't return anything here. So I'll just comment this for now here. Let's just remove this. And let me go over to index.tx and let's first initialize the passport first. So we need to import the config here. So I'm going to just go over to this. Let's import the config and then we need to initialize passport. So I'm going to just initialize passport here. Say passports initialize and passports session. Then below here, we need to also set the route. So say app dot make sure we export this. So we didn't export this. So let's go over and export the auth route here. Set that to default here. So I'll set this to default. And let me go over to my index.tx and let me just say app.use and let's say it's our base part. Remember, base part is gotten from the config. If you go into config, you see base part is /API. So we're going to have /auth. And here, let's get auth. So this is it. So to fix the issue we have with the Google instead of Google callback controller, let me go into auth controller. So we can set the type here. So I'm going to set type here that we take the express here and connect the user, extend the user from the user document. So I'm going to call this index.d.tx. So here we're going to say declare global namespace express, then interface, user, extend from user document. Yeah, so I will need to also set ID because this can see the ID. I will say it to any, and that is it. So let's try and see if this will work. So yeah, we can see that the current workspace is showing now because if you yeah, we can now see all the user. Yeah, you can see everything here. So let me just get the current workspace and let's just complete this. So I'm just going to say if no current workspace. So let's just return the user to the field. So I'm going to import this. We're going to just redirect the user to the field part here. So we're going to manually redirect the user. But if there is a current workspace, that is the workspace ID, we'll return the user to the workspace slash the workspace ID, the current workspace ID. So response redirect, config the front-end origin. Remember, front-end origin is, if I go to my env, is the client URL. So I'm going to go back to Auth controller, and we're going to just redirect the user to the workspace slash the current workspace ID. So let's save that and let's go to our Auth. Let's enable this and import this. So now we've done everything we need to do. So only thing left now is to get the ID. So is to get the client ID. So I think this is the showing some issue. Okay, let me put comma here. Yeah. So I think that will fix it. So let's go over. So let's go over to Google Console, Developer Console to get a client ID and the client secrets, which we set in the passport or config here. So if you go over to our env, you see that all of them are empty. So we need to also set the, I think we already have the callback URL, which is set to the endpoint here. So this is just going to be, you can just say HTTP, it's going to be localhost 8000, which is what we set the port here. And this is going to be the base part API. Auth is what we set in the index dot. You see we set auth here. So let me go back to my env. And we're going to say Google slash callback. And this is what we set in the route. Google callback. So we set the callback, Google callback URL. So it's remaining the client ID and the secret ID. So let's go on and work on that. So let's go ahead and get the Google client ID and Google client secret. So I'll move to a new tab. And in this new tab, I already have my console cloud.google open, the dashboard. You can just quickly, you can go over to this console.cloud.google. Link will be in the description. So the first thing we're going to do is to create a project here. So we are going to click at the top corner here of this and let's create a project. So you can click on new project here and immediately it's going to open a new page for us, which we're going to type in our project name and also select if you have organization, you can provide that there. So I'm just going to give this, let's call this team sync. Okay, yeah, we got this. So let's click on create and we should wait for it to create. And once it's done, we can select and go into this project. So it is complete, it is done completely. So let's select the project. And the next thing we are going to do is you can see that it's set to team sync here. So what we're going to do is to let's go into our API and service. So inside the API and service, the first thing we are going to do is to set up our OAuth consent screen. So let's click on that. Let me close this. So here you have to set the user type. So we're going to set the user type to external for external user is going to use, and people is going to use this to sign in with Google. So I'm going to click on external and let's click on create. Now we need to set up the app name. We can just simply call this SimSync here. And you must provide an email. So I already have my email selected. You can provide logo if you want. You can provide domain if you are running this application or something like that. Then I'm going to also provide the same email that I use here. And make sure to click on save and continue. And this should take us to the scope. So on the scope side, we're going to select add scope. So we're going to click on the add scope and we can select the auth user info email profile and open ID. So associate with your personal info on Google. So I'm going to check this, and check this. And if you're done with it, just scroll down and click on update. And we should see it here. So once you have selected that, we can click on create, save and continue. So we can add test user if you want, but just save that and we are done. So let's go over to credentials. So we're going to create our credential here. So if you click on credential, the next thing we're going to do is to create a new credential. So click on create and select OAuth client ID. And this should also select a application type to web application. We can leave this to web client like this. Then we can scroll down to where we have authorized redirect URL. Then we need to provide our callback URL here. So we need to go over to, so you can copy that from the env. So I'm going to just, so I've pasted the URL local data API or Google callback. So this is our callback URL, the API URL. You can also add ones, like you can add the front end URL here if you want. So you can keep on adding other URL that has that Google can redirect to. So, but this is what we're going to set here. So once you're done with adding the localhost 8000 API or Google callback, you can click on create. So make sure everything is filled and just click on create. And immediately we should see the auth client created. You can see the client ID and client secret. So make sure to copy this and copy this. So I'm just going to go over and paste it. Yeah. So I'm going to just clear this. Let me clear this and let me paste the secret and let me paste the client ID. So make sure this is correct. So I've pasted the Google client ID, the one that has Google user content just come and the client secret. So just save this and let's make sure our terminal so I'm going to cancel this and end this process. Yeah. And let's run our server. So npm run dev and this should run our server. And if we go over, let me close this. So let's close everything. Yeah, so we can have a clean editor. So let's just go over to our route, which we set here, auth route. And we should be able to use this now. So let's try this out. Let's try to go to auth API Google / Google. So we can do that on our browser. So let's go here. Let's open a new tab and let's type in HTTP and let's just put localhost 8000 /API / Google and let's press enter. So I think, oh yeah, sorry guys, we need to put Auth Google and let's not HTTPS. So press enter and you should see we are redirected to choose an account from Google and we can see the name to continue to TeamSync. So I'm going to select my email and once I click on continue here, we can see that the user information is console. We can see the user information here from the profile which we consoled inside the if we go to passport.config. If you scroll down, we notice that we console the profile and the Google ID, and you can see the name, emails. This is without the JSON, but when you choose from the JSON, we can see the Google ID, which is known as the sub, which is specified here, the email, the name, given name, the family name, the picture, email, and email verify. This is profile. Then also said Google ID. So Google ID is the sub. So that is it. We've been able to create the user. If we go over to, let's come to MongoDB and let me reload this. Let me refresh this. Then you can see that we have the account member, role, user, and workspace. If you click on workspace, you see we have one document here. And once you click on this, we can see my workspace, and this is created for Emmanuel Ome here. So if we go to user, we have one user now. We can see the user is being set here. Great. So lastly, we also have the member. We can check the members to see the member, and we can see that we set the ID, user ID, workspace ID, and the role ID. And the role ID is the owner ID. Lastly, we have the account. If we open the account and click on document here, we can see we set the ID, the user ID, the provider to Google, the provider ID to this ID there, and others. So we were able to create endpoints to create the user. So if we try to access that endpoint, and you can look at it, we've redirected the user to the front end spots with workspace and the current workspace ID. So if I try to access it again, if I try to access localhost 8000 API to Google, if I click on this and I try to select Google, select the email again, what will happen is it's not going to sign up or register the user anymore. It's just going to log in the user. So that is how it works. So that's it for Google Auth. So the next thing we're going to do is to work on the registration endpoint. So let's go ahead and work on that. So let's work on the registration endpoints. So I'm going to close my terminal here, and what I'm going to do is to go over to controller and let's create a register user controller. So I'm going to click on Auth controller and let me collapse the Google login callback. So let's export constant register user controller. So remember, we need to set pass in the async handler, and this will be an async request, which is set to request, and response to set to response. Let's call this. So to register the user, if we head over to the user model, remember we pass in the name, email, the password, and just the name, email, and password is required here. You can provide a picture URL, but this is going to be optional. So we need to handle validating the request body. So we need to validate the request body. So user provide the required field before creating the user. So to handle that, we are going to make use of Zod. So Zod will be used to handle validation here. So to do that, we're going to go to a folder which we've created before, which we call validation. So inside the validation, I'm going to create a file called auth validation. So let's create a file here and let's call it auth.validation.cs. So here I'm going to import Zod inside here, and I'm going to export constant. I'm going to call this register schema, and this is going to be thread object because our request body is going to be an object, and we're going to set name. So since we are going to be using, you can set the string here first, and we're going to use string. You're going to set minimum of 1. You can set message here if you want, but I can just leave this. So we set the default message for me with the field name. So we can give a maximum of 255. So we can also provide for the email and password, but we also know we are going to later on do the validation for login. So in order to use, so I'm going to write login here. So, and the login is going to require us to pass in the email and then password. So to do for the email, I'm going to say email, but instead of typing the schema for the email, I'm going to create it at top here, and so we can reuse it. So I'm going to say export constant email schema. This is going to be set.string trim. I'm going to say dot email. You can just set invalid email here. Address. You can give it, make sure to put minimum of 1. So let me organize this here. And we can just put maximum of 255. Then we can take this email schema and paste it here, and also do it for the login too. So this is how it's going to be. So lastly, we're going to do for the password. So we're going to create a reusable schema, password schema. And this should be string, and trim. You can have minimum of 6 or minimum of 5. So I'm going to just put minimum of 2, or let's say 4 here. So I think we need to set the password now. So let's set password to password schema and also do that for the login. So we've set up our validation schema for the register and the login. So we're going to go over to our controller. So before we go back to handle the controller here to write use the schema, the validation register schema, we need to also handle errors returned to us from Zod. So I'm going to show the instance that. So let's just try and complete this. Then we can show an example of how it is before we find the solution to getting the error response, the error from Zod, handling the error from Zod. So I'm going to place it. So we say body is equals to register schema. So import register schema from auth validation. Then we're going to pierce this and pass the request body. So once we pass the request body, we are going to connect. We're going to wait, and let's create our register service. So I'm going to say user service. And here we're going to pass in the body. So we are going to also return response status http status dot created, and here we're going to pass in a JSON message. So message is going to be user created successfully. So let's create a service inside our service. So inside our service, I'm going to copy the user, the register user service, and let's go to a service, Auth service, and below here we're going to close this down first. I'm going to export constant, and let's create Auth service async. I'm going to say body. So inside this register service, we are going to also get the email name and password. So instead of that, let me just destructure this. Let's just do it like that. Body, and let's set a type here, email to string, and let's set name to string, password to string. Yeah, so we can just simply destructure this from the body and get it. So since we're registering the user, it's similar to what we did for the login or create account. So remember here, if the user does not exist, we have to do exactly the same thing here. So we are going to replicate this for the register service. You can also use the login create service to handle that, but we are not going to do that because once we are creating the user, we're not going to use the if we go over to account, we're not going to pass in all of this display name and pictures and provider. So you can use this. You can just provide the email here. You can provide the username, but we need to save the password. So that's the reason why I didn't use this. So, but we are going to also use transaction to handle the registration too. So I'm going to copy this here, section here, and let's just paste it here. And let's do trial catch. And here we're going to first of all get existing user if the user is not found. So I'm going to just paste that here. And remember, we're setting session similar to what we did here. We're trying to get the user. So, but yeah, we're going to try an error. If the user email already exists, we are going to just import this here. Then say session, then existing user through new bad requests. So email already exists. Then we're going to create the user model. So for the user model, we're going to just get the same thing here, the user model, paste this here. But we're not going to pass in any picture because we're not passing any profile picture here. So we can save that, make sure to pass in the session here because we even forgot to start the transaction. So I'm going to just start the transaction. Yeah, session will start transaction. So the next thing we're going to do is to create a user account. So we're going to say account. This is going to be equals to new account model. And let's open it. So remember, we're going to pass in the user ID. User ID is going to be user underscore ID dot underscore ID. And we're going to set the provider. And the provider now is going to be provider dot email. And our provider ID is unique. Likewise, our email. So we're going to set that to email. So let's wait. account just save session. So now we need to also create the user uh, create the user workspace. So and also first, so we're going to just copy everything like this here. And let's come down here. Let's paste this. So remember to pass session into the account. So for the workspace, means in my workspace created for the username, owner, user ID, make sure to pass session here. We also need to find the role model, that is the owner, role.owner, to set this session. Then if not owner role not found exception. Then lastly, we need to create the member. So we need to copy this here. And let's come down here and paste this. So we create the member by passing the user ID, workspace ID, the role, which is the owner role.id underscore ID, the date. Then we also save the member. Remember, we're passing session. Then we can set the current workspace to the current workspace which you created. So we save that. Then we need to commit the transaction simply how we did it here. Commit and end, and we can return the user if we want. I'm just going to say so below the user just save to save the current workspace. So we're going to commit the transaction, end this session, and here we can just pass in the user ID. I'm not going to use this. We can pass in the user ID. That's underscore ID. And we can pass in the workspace ID. So you can choose to add it like this, or just set only pass the user. So lastly, we're just going to abort transaction if anything, if we fail to save the user or create the user. So I'm going to also we're going to end the session to here once we catch any error and throw that error. So let's save this, and we are done with the register service. So we are going to go over to work on let's import it inside the plot control. So make sure from the start session to session transfer and start transaction, the user model, account model, session are being passed to all of them. So let's go into our Auth controller and let's import the service. So we are done with it. So the next thing we're going to do is to set that route. So I'm going to open my Auth route and I'm going to set register to. So let me just put register here. So let's import register user controller. I think we are done with this. So let's go ahead and test the register endpoint. So I'm going to go over to my postman. So I'm going to open this. You can see I already have a list of all the folder created for each of the endpoints. So I'm going to say register user. So register user, my base URL here, which I set is localhost/API. So just know that I'm adding the localhost API. You can do the same in your env. You can create, I think it is here. Let's see. Yeah, you can create the global env. Go to global env and create the env here. You can add the base URL here. So already done that. So let's try and go to API/auth start register. And let's set this to post. And once we set it to post, we're going to pass in the body, set it to raw, and we need to test our validation first. So I'm going to make this optional. I'm going to make password optional. I'm not going to pass in empty. I'm going to make it empty. So let's cancel this. Let's cancel this. So I think this is no. So let me copy all of them And let me remove this one. Now save. So I'm going to go into my register. Yeah, so we have the username, email, and password. So let me just make the email and also the password. So let's save this. And let me try and create this user. So I'm going to make sure my MongoDB is connected. So I'm going to click on send, and we should see our error handler catches this type of error, telling us internal server because of Zod. So Zod is throwing the error, telling us that the string must have at least one character. They have email. Okay, this is for email. This is for email. This is for, so we can see that Zod is throwing this error. If you scroll up, we can see more of it. I see Zod error. So we need to be able to get the instance of Zod error to be able to catch this error, modify it, and return it in a cleaner way. So to do that, we're going to go over back to our error handler. So inside the error handler, we are going to so let's also do the same thing we did here. So I'm going to say if error instance of Zod error. So let's say Zod error. Let's import that. We're going to return. So we're going to create a function to format this Zod error for us. So we're going to say res. I'm going to pass in the error. So let's create this function at the top here. So I'm going to create it here. So here I'm going to say format Zod error response, and this is the require a response here, error, and then Zod. So let's import Zod error. So response. So let me import response here. Yeah, it should stop from express. So it should stop error. So inside this, so if we open our, also if you open our terminal and let's go back to the error, we should see we have something called the issues, the issues. So we need to loop through that issue. So we need to map through the issue. So I'm going to say constant error is going to be equals to error dot issues dot map error. I'm going to just create an object. You're going to say field error dot path. You can see the path here. And because the path is an array, so we're going to use join. We're going to join them by this. I'm going to say message error dot message. So we are done with this. So now the next thing we're going to do is to return. We're going to do so we're going to also the same way we did return here. We're going to also return this for validation. I'm going to just return this, and we can see error status HTTP status bad request, and we can see validation field. You can also add our error code here if you want, and just set this to, you can say error enum dot validation error. You can set it like this. So we have message validation field errors. So this will list the errors for us. So if we try to test it again, so let's check our server is running. So it's connected. So let's try and test it. If we click on send, we should see a cleaner way. We should see we have email invalid, email address, email string must be at least 1 character, and password must be at least 4 characters. So our validation error message is cleaner. So let's try and fill in this information and test this out. So I'm going to just set everything like this. I'm going to use joe at example.com. So let's try and test it. So I'm going to click on register. You can see user created. User created. So we are done with the registration endpoint. We are going to work on the login, which we're going to use Passport to handle the login. We're going to set this to Passport local. So let's test. Let's go ahead and work on the endpoints. So to work on the login, we're going to set up Passport local. So to set up Passport local, let's first confirm that we already installed Passport local inside our package.json. We can see Passport local here. So inside the passport config.tx, we are going to come below here and let's set this up. So I'm going to come down here and say passport.use. And there we're going to use local strategy. So let's make sure this is correct. And I'm going to import local strategy from passport local. So just like this, the same way we did for Google strategy as local strategy to differentiate both of them. So we're going to just paste it here, and the local will take in 3 field or 2 field here. We have the user name field. So this is going to be of type email. So we're going to set this to email. So since we are using email here, so let me try and clear this. This is so let's do user field and let's say email. Password field, password, and we can set session here to true. True. So I think okay, let's just do like this. Then next thing we're going to do is to handle our callback. So async, it should be email, that password, and we're going to also get the done function here. So let's use our try or catch here. And there we're going to create a service to verify the user if the user is logging, if the user exists. So we need to say verify user and pass in the email and password. So once we get the user, we're going to set it to done function here. So we're going to return the done null and pass in the user. Likewise, we're going to do for the catch. We're going to also set the same way we did error and false. We can do error and false and set message to error message. We can simply set the error here to any. Okay, let's make this optional. So let's go ahead and work on the verify user service. So that will be inside our auth. So I'm going to go over to inside our auth service. So I'm going to service. Yeah, see auth service here. Let me close this. Let me collapse the register. And let's say export constant is equals to verify. Sorry, verify. Let me paste it. Verify user service, or we can just call it login. Then this is going to have, we're going to just set the arrow and return this. So we have email, which is string. Then we have the no. So let's Let's set the type here. You see email to string. We have password to string. And we're going to also do a provider to string. So we have the password, we have the provider. So we're going to set the provider to default to provider enum email. So we need to make sure that the user is signing in with the traditional authentication way. So try logging in with the email and password, not using the email from the Google, using the email for using Google, the email used to sign up with Google. Yeah. So I'm going to say provider enum dot. So set default to email. So we're logging in with email. So we're going to first of all check the account model to find if the provider matches here and also the provider ID. So we're going to say constant account, the account model, find one, provider. So remember, provider is set to provider enum.email and the provider ID is set to email. So we check if there is no user there, we're going to just say not account, showing you not found exception, invalid email or password. Yeah. So you can also confirm if the user is signed up with a different, you can find the email first, check if the email exists in the account, and confirm if the email matches, if the provider matches with the provider and provider enum.email. If not, we notify the user that the user needs to sign in with Google to be able to log into the account. But I'm going to just do it like this. I'm going to just throw invalid email or password. Then we need to find the user by using the account ID, account or user ID. So once we get the account, immediately we can find the account or user ID inside the user model. Then we're going to throw an exception if we could not find the user. We say not found, user not found for this given account. So we need to also check if the password match. If for instance the user bypass this check, and we can say constant is match. This is going to be equal to await or user await user dot. Remember, we're going to use our compare method, compare password, and passing our password. So we're going to throw an error here if the password did not match. We're going to say throw new a session, unauthorized session. So let me import unauthorized session from app error and say invalid email or password. Then lastly, we are going to return the user. And once we are returning the user, we're going to have to omit the user. So we're going to use the omit method, which if you look at it here, we set it inside our user model. Go into our user model. You can see we have omit password and compare password, and we created both of them, omit password and the compare password. So we don't want the password to attach to the response, but we want to use the password to compare here. So let's save that and let's go into our passport or config and let's import this. So we are done with setting up the local strategy. We need to go over to the route to handle our routing. So let's go into Auth route. And here we're going to create our login. So we're going to say login auth route.post/login. So we need to create the login controller. So let's go into our controller. So below the register user controller, we need to create the auth controller, the login controller. So say constant, first we need to export this. Say constant login controller, and we're going to say async handler So async calendar, we're going to say get out object async request and response. And let's just call the arrow. And there we need to authenticate the user. So we need to also pass in the next here. We are going to make use of it. Next function from express. Then we need to use password authenticate. If you go over to our route here, go to route, we should see the way we handle for Google. We use the password authenticate as the middleware here. So we're going to do that inside the controller. So inside here, we're going to say password dot authenticate. So import password dot authenticate. And we're going to specify the strategy, which is local. And let's call this a error. Error is going to be a type of error or null. And user is going to be express dot user. We'll set that to false. So let me break this down. And then we're going to also pass info. Info is going to be message or string, or we're going to set this to undefined. So let's set our arrow here. And inside here, we're going to say if error, let's just return next error. So this will pass the error to our error handler. So if not user, then we're going to just throw our exception unauthorized here. So return response status HTTP unauthorized and say invalid. Email or password, I will just set the info message here. Then if we're able to log in, if we're able to bypass this user is correct, we can go down here and say request dot log in. Say user have error, unless say if error, we are going to see return next error. But if not, we're just going to return. We're going to return the response here with a status of OK and message log in successfully and passing the user. And lastly, we are going to come down and pass in the request, response, and next. So we are done with the login controller. So let's import this. So let's test it out. So make sure the server is running. Let's wait for it to come back on. So my server is up and I'm connected to my MongoDB database. So let's try and log in. So I'm going to click here and you should see I have login user in my Postman. So I have the email and password. Let's try and log in. So I'm going to click on send and we should see user login successfully. And we can see that the password is omitted here. We have the email and every other information. So we're done with this. So the next thing we're going to do is to work on the logout route. So let's go into our controller and let's create the logout route. So this is going to be easy. So say constant logout controller, we're going to use our async handler here. Async. So let me see request. So inside here, we're going to use the request dot logout. I'm going to call our callback or function. Then let's set the arrow and say if error. If there's an error, we can log that out and return an error telling us that there's an internal server error. Can't log the user out. So fail to log the user. So I'm going to return a response here, which you can use any other status. I'll just say HTTP status internal server error, then fail to log out. So once we have done this, we can set request the session equals to none. And if we're able to log out, it will just say return HTTP successfully log out or log out successfully. Log out successfully. So let's set up the route for the logout. So let's go into our auth route. And inside the auth route, we're going to let's do that below here because this is going to be, okay, we can do it up here because this is going to be a post request. We can say auth route dot post slash logout. I'm going to have a logout controller. So let's import this. So I think we didn't export this. So let me copy it and paste it here. And let's import this. So let's test the endpoints now. And let's make sure that our server is running. So if you notice that once we log in the user, if you look at, if I try to click on this and try to click on, let's click on the body here and click on cookies, we should see that 2 cookies has been set to us, which is the session from passport. So if we try to log out the user, so I'm going to go to logout, which is a post request. And let's say logout. And let me save that. So let me remove none. And let's send a post here. And we should see logout successfully. If we try to check the cookies, or we click on cookies here, we should see no cookies is on the cookie in our postman. So that is it for login and logout endpoint. So we're going to work on the current user endpoint. So let's go ahead and work on that. So let's work on the current user endpoint. So we're going to go into our controller or inside our route. We're going to create the user route. So I'm going to create it here. So let's say user.route.tx. So for the user route, we're going to just let's constant as a constant user route, and this is going to be equals to router from express. We are going to set this to default here. Export default user route. Then we're going to say user route dot current user, and let's do get user controller. So let's create this controller here. So this is going to be, we're going to create the controller. So let's go over to controller and let's do user dot controller dot cs. So inside here, we're going to just say export constant get user controller, and this is going to have our async handler. We'll pass an async here and the requests. So make sure to import the request from Express here. And let's go, no, let's go this here. So we're going to get the user from the request.user. Remember we set the type. So I'm going to say user ID. I'm going to say request.user underscore user. This can be string any. So just set that. Then we can get the user from, you're going to create a service to fetch the current user, or you can say get current user service. Yeah. And let's import this http status.ok. And this is status. You can change the message to user fetch. Successfully. So let's go ahead and create the get the user service. Remember, we're passing the user inside here. So let's create this. So let's make sure to import this first. And now inside the service, we're going to create user service. So let's go into our service and let's create user service.ts. So let's export constant. Let's paste this here and let's async. It's going to be user ID of a string. So let's give constant user. This is going to be equal to await user model find by ID. We're going to pass user ID dot populate. We're going to populate the current workspace. And we're going to say select. So we want to omit the password once we are returning the response. So I'm going to say select minus password. Then if not user, I will just say user not found. So let's just show the error here. User not found. So let's import the bad request exception. And then let's return the user. So let's go into our user control and let's import this. So we're going to go into our index.tx and let's set the route middleware here. So let's duplicate this and let's call this user. Now let's say user route. So in order to access user, we need to have a way to know that the user is authenticated before even trying to access the user from our database. So we need to create a middleware. So we can call that is authenticated, which is passed to the route. And inside this middleware, yeah, we're going to pass it here. And this should be able to verify if the user is logging. If the user exists, we continue into the user route. But if not, then we will throw an error. So let's create this middleware. So we're going to say is authenticated middleware. So let me create that inside my middleware. We're going to say it's authenticated.middleware. .ts. So inside here, we're going to say constant is authenticated. We're going to pass in our request. So import that from Express. Response. Let's import that from Express. And also our next function. So we've been able to do that. So the next what we're going to do is to say if not request.user or not request.user underscore ID, then we need to throw unauthorized. So unauthorized please login. Then we need to proceed to the next middleware or to our controller. So we need to proceed. So let's export this. Default is authenticated. So we're just going to import that here. So let's import this. Save that and let's test it out. So make sure the server is running and we are connected to our database. So let me try and log in again. So so it's connected. So let's try and log in. Yeah, so we set our session here. So I'm going to try and get the current user here. So user slash current. If you go to our routes, I think we have it current, and inside the index.tx we set this to user. So let me try and say, let me remove this. Inherit from parents, and let's try and submit this. And immediately we should see we can get the user and the current workspace. We omitted the password and we get the current workspace of that current user. So we are done with the endpoints for getting the current user. So we are going to move over to work on the workspace endpoint. So let's work on that. So let's start out to work on the workspace endpoint. So we're going to go into our route and let's create a workspace route first. So inside the route, I'm going to click on workspace, a new file. I'm calling it workspace.route.ts. So inside here, we're going to set up our route and let's import route from Express. And let's export the workspace route to default. So the first thing we're going to create is the create a new workspace. So I'm going to close this and let me place this. So workspace post create new, and this is create workspace controller. So let's go ahead and work on the controller. So I'm going to go into my controller and let's create workspace.controller.ts. So inside the workspace.controller, we are going to, let me close this, constant export constant, paste this here, and let's use our async handler. Requests and response. Make sure to import from Express. And let me just open this. So we're going to get the body. So we need to create our validation for the create workspace controller. So let's go into validation and let's create the validation for workspace. So I'm going to say workspace validation.ts. So let's just say export. So we need to import first, import Zod here. And we need to get export or constant create workspace schema. This is going to be Z object. So because you're going to use this for both create and update, so I can just simply duplicate this here. And let's call this update here. So because of that, you're going to create a reusable name schema and description schema. So name is required. We can set message here, and we can also set description. Description is optional. So just a string trim optional. And we can just simply pass in the name. We can pass in the name. We can also set the description here. So that is it. So let's go into our controller and let's here we're going to just say create create workspace schema for validation.pairs request body. So let's get the user ID from our request.user._id. So now we need to create our service. So we say create workspace service and we pass in the user ID and the body. So then we need to return response once we are done with the create workspace. So we pass in the user ID and body and let's import HTTP workspace created successfully. So let me copy create workspace service and let's go ahead and create a workspace service. So inside our service folder, let's click on workspace.service.ts. So I'm just going to paste this here and say let's say create new workspace and let's export constants. And I'm going to paste in the name of the service, which is create workspace service and async. And this will just be user ID string. Let me open this here. And body is a name string. It's a description. Okay, description to string or undefined. So now let's structure the body. Name, description, body. So the first thing we're going to do is to check if the user, to find the user and know if the user exists in our database. So let's import user model. And if not, we're going to say not found. So throw new not found exception, user not found. So let's import this. Then we need to, in order to create a workspace, remember we need to set the member role. So we need to first of all, let me get the member row from the owner's row. So owner's row from the row model, find when name is equals to owner. If you can get owner, you can retrieve the ID. But if not, if you've not populated this to your database, it will show an error of not found, not able to find the row. But if you have populated its initial data, you'll be able to get the row ID, which is for the owner. Then we can say constant workspace is equals to new workspace model name description and owner to user dot underscore id. Then we need to save the workspace. Also, we need to immediately add the user and the workspace to the member model. So new workspace member model. You say user ID, owner workspace ID to workspace dot underscore ID, row to owner row dot underscore ID. Then we have join date. Join art is going to be, let me remove this, new date, and let's save this. Let's make sure to import this. And we can quickly just set the current workspace to the newly created workspace for that user. So let's import Mongoose. So current workspace equals to workspace, the new workspace.id as the Mongoose object type object ID. And let's save this and let's quickly return the workspace. So let me save that and let's go into our controller and let's import it. So inside our workspace route, let's import the controller. And let's go into our index.tx. So for the index.tx, we're going to set the workspace route here. And we're going to pass in the authenticated middleware. So let's import this. Now let's test it. Let's test the endpoints now. So I'm going to check if my server is running. My server is running. So we already logged in. So let's go into workspace. Let me go into my workspace folder, which I've listed all the endpoints here I'm going to create. So create workspace. And I can call this design team or engineering team anyone. This is workspace create new. So we set workspace here, and inside the route we have create new, and I've provided a name and description. So let's test it out here. I'm going to click on send, and immediately we've created this. You can look at the invite code is being generated, the owner ID, the ID, description, and the name. So if we go to our current user, this should be our current workspace now. So I'm going to get the current user, and we should see, design team, which is a current workspace. So if we're able to implement that, so the next one we're going to work on now is let's work on the endpoint to get all workspace for a particular user. So we are getting workspace where user is a member. So let's go over to our route and let's create the route for that. So inside here, we're going to say workspace.get, say workspace route. We can just copy this and paste it here. And let's change this to get request. I'll just set this to all for a user, and we'll just say get user workspace. You can say get user workspace controller. We can set this to get user workspace, or we can just call it get user or get workspace where user is a member. We can do it like that. We can do it like that. So I'll just leave it like this. So just notice that not all the workspace user is created. Let me just change it. Get user workspace or get workspace user is a member. Get all workspace user is member. I think this is better. Get all workspace user is member. So let's create a controller here. So I'm going to just go into my workspace to control. Okay, you can see it here. And let's close this. So say export constants. And then we are going to use our async here. Async handler. Let's get async here. let me just copy all this, paste it here, and you're going to get the user ID. Then we're going to get all the workspace. So you see, get user workspace or service, and let's return the response once we get the user or workspace from the user. We can call it get all workspace user is member service. So let's copy this and let's go over to our service. And then we're going to create that here. So let's drag this down and let's say export constant get all workspace user is a member. We're going to say async. Then let's get the user ID, which is string. And I'm going to just open this here. So let me drag this down. So get workspace user is a member. So you can understand this very properly. So we need to find all members where the user is involved, or membership where the user is involved. So we're going to say constant of memberships. Say await the member model dot find user ID. So we're going to populate the workspace ID. We are going to select less minus password. I don't think we can get, okay, we are not populating the user, so we can leave this, or we can just leave it here. Then we can just put execute. Then what we're going to do next, once we've gotten we're going to extract workspace detail from the membership. So we're going to say constant workspace. This is equals to member dot map, because this is a list and we've populated the workspace. We'll say membership is going to be membership dot workspace dot id. So we are done with this. So let's return our workspaces. Remove the membership. So we are done with this. So let's go invite our controller and let's import this. Let's import this. And now let's test it out. So I'm going to test it out inside my PostMan. I already have. So inside my workspace, you can see that I have all user workspace. So I'm going to click on that. And workspace all, this is all. So let me remove this. And let's click on submit. And we can see all the user workspace, my workspace and design team which we've created. If we create new one, you can see. If we try to create a test, I'll save this and I'll just click on submit. Workspace is created. So if we go to all user workspace, If we click on this now, we can see the new test workspace created here and the invite code, all of them are different. So that is it. So let's move to the next one, which is to create get a workspace by ID. So we want to be able to get a single workspace by the workspace ID, just like this we have in the endpoint. Provide the ID and then we're going to retrieve the workspace. So we're going to create a controller, the route for that. I'm going to, so let's come down here. Let's duplicate this. And I'm going to set this to ID. And we're going to call this, let me call this get workspace by ID controller. Get workspace by ID controller. And let's import this. And let's go over to our controller, which is here. So I'm going to, yeah, let me say export constant. And let's use the async handler here. And let's set the async, and inside here we need to get the because we're going to pass in the workspace as the workspace ID as params. We can also validate this by going to our validation schema here inside the Auth validation, not Auth workspace validation. And I think we can create the one for a reusable one for ID here. So I'm just going to do that here. So I think we export it here. So export workspace ID schema string trim one workspace ID is required. So once you've done that, let's go over to our controller and let's complete it. So inside here, we're going to say constant workspace ID is going to be equals to workspace ID schema dot PS request was param request dot param ID. Yeah, that is it. So let's also get the user ID. So once we got the user ID, we need to also have a way that this API will not be accessed by users that are not a member in this workspace. So we need to find a way to avoid the user from accessing this workspace if they are not a member. So to do that, we're going to create a service inside the member. So I'm going to create a service where I will pass in the user ID and the workspace ID. So I'm going to call it get member role in workspace. So this will be able to get the user in workspace. If this will be able to get the role and also verify if the user is a member in the workspace. So let's copy this and let's go into our service. So let's go into service here. So yeah, let's create a member.service. So we're going to put it inside the member service here, not inside the workspace, but because this is for members. So I'm going to say export constant is async user ID string, and we're going to have workspace string. So let's do this. So yeah, we need to verify if the workspace, we can find the workspace if the workspace exists. So this should be workspace ID, not workspace. So once we find this, we need to, if we could not find this workspace, we just say workspace not found. else let's import not found exception. So we're going to have constant member is equals to await member model find one user ID workspace ID. Then we're going to populate the row. So if not member, you're going to say you're not a member. We can say unauthorized here. You can call it unauthorized. So you are not a member of this workspace. You're saying unauthorized to access this. We can also set the error dot access unauthorized, something like this. Something like this, yeah. So if we are done with this, we can get the row name here. We can say row name member row dot name, and we can just return the row name. So we are not going to make use of the row name in the workspace controller to get it. We're just going to use this to just check this. So if it's able to bypass this, then we can move over to our controller to retrieve the um the workspace information. So let's go back to our so let's continue. Let's import this from the members service. And now we can just say let's now get the workspace. So we're going to create our own service. So get workspace by ID service. And we're going to pass in our workspace ID here. So now, since we've already verified a user and this workspace, the user is a member, we can just create that. So before we create that, let's just return status and say workspace first successfully and passing the workspace. So let's go into our service, workspace service. And inside here, we're going to say export constant. Let's paste this exactly async versus ID is a string. And inside the service, we're just going to, this is going to be very simple here. Oh, sorry. So let's say constant workspace await the workspace model dot find by ID workspace. So let's just select, I'm not populating the user model, so we can set if not. I think we've done this already. There's no point, but we can still do that here. So we can just say constant member is equals to await member model to find. So I don't think we need to do this anymore. Since we've already done it inside there, I don't think we need this again. You can just to find the workspace from the member. And then we're going to just get yeah, because I want to retrieve the, so let's just uncomment this. Let's just uncomment this, yeah. So I want to also return, once I'm returning the ID, I want to return the members inside the endpoint. inside the response too. If I return the workspace, I'll return the member. So that is why I'm getting this. And inside here, I want to also populate the row too. So once I populate the row, I'm going to try to combine the two of them together. And we say workspace with members. So I'm going to say dot workspace dot to object. I'm going to pass in members. Yeah. So now we can return workspace with member. So now the member will be attaching to the workspace object. So that's the reason why I had to use this here. So we can pass the workspace and we can pass the members. So once we are fetching the getting the user, we can also get the members to use that to check if the user is a member on the client side and return the user to we can return the user to a particular page. Yeah. So once we are done with this, let's import this inside the workspace controller. So inside the workspace member, you can decide to just only fetch in members, the member, which is the user that is going to log in using this endpoint. So once the user accesses this endpoint, we can get the rule and the information about that member inside our workspace. You can use it here. So we're going to use this to handle permissions on the client side. But I'm going to leave it like this so we can see that we can get a list of members, or you can decide to just get only the single member. Since we are already verifying that the user is a member, if we go into the get member role in workspace, if we the user from a different workspace try to access this endpoint, this will show. So on the client side, you can track this in by saying if this endpoint show access unauthorized, then we know the user is not a member in this workspace. Then we can redirect the user back to his own current workspace. So let's save this and let's go over to controller and let's save this. Let's go into our route and let's import this here. So let's test it out. Hopefully that we should be able to get that. So let's see. That endpoint is so our database is connected. So I'm going to go into my all workspace and let's just copy the workspace ID, go into this endpoint that say workspace by ID. Let's paste the ID here and let's save that. Let's click on send and it should give us the workspace with the members here. You can see the member and the permission here. So inside the member, you can just shorten it to only get only one, and that one is going to be only the person that's a member, the person that's accessing it as a member of the workspace. That can be a better approach. So we are done with this. Now we need to create an endpoint to get all workspace members here. So inside this workspace controller or route, let's go into the route. We're going to be able to let's duplicate this and let's set this from ID. Let's set this to members slash ID, workspace ID. So I'm going to call this get workspace members controller. So this endpoint will get all the members in the workspace. So let's go into our controller and let's create this here. Export constant controller and let's do async handler. async. So I'm just going to copy this and let's paste it inside here. So we are going to also do the validation for the yeah, we did it here. So let's just go into here and copy this to the workspace, the user ID. So I'm going to just paste it inside here like this. And we next. So after we've gotten this, we need to always check if the user is a member in that workspace. So we're going to be using the get member role in workspace. So so let's copy this here. Let's copy the get role in member workspace. And this we remember, if you go into the get role member workspace, we can get, once we confirm the user have access, is a member, we return the role name. So we can get the role name, and the role name is unique. So I'm going to go into my controller and I'm going to say console, and let's get the role. Those that don't have access to that endpoint will be thrown an error that they can't access the endpoint because they don't have the permission. This endpoint here, we have this controller, get workspace member controller. We can also have a permission to set. If we go over to our all rules, let me go to the enum which sets for the roles permission here. Inside there, we have manage workspace. We have other options here, other permissions here. But for this particular controller, I'm going to set this to view all. So only users that has the permission to view all will be able to access the get workspace member controllers. So to do that, we're going to create a helper function, and this function will call it role guide. So role guide will help with taking the role and taking the permission and confirm if the user has the permission to have the permission to access that endpoint. If the user is an owner and the permission we give it is to view all only, we confirm if that owner has the view only permission, then we can go further to access the endpoint. Else, we are going to throw an error. So to do that, let's come down here and let's name this role guard, which we are going to create in a second. So role guard will take in the role, and permission is always in the list. You can have multiple permissions. You can have in this single controller, you can have many permissions for this controller. So we're going to get permission from our enums. I'm going to say dot view only. You can add more permission here if you want, but I'm just going to set this to view only. Then you're going to go ahead and create this rule guide. So to create this rule guide, we're going to go into our utils. We're going to go into utils and let's create rule guide .tx. So rule.guide.tx, we are going to export constant rule guide. This is going to be it's going to take in the row, and this row is going to be a key of type of row permission. So row permission is coming from the utils here. Then we're going to have the required. So the required permission the user we have or the member we have is going to be, we're going to just say permissions. Yeah. Let's put comma here. And this is going to be permission type. So we're going to get the permission type from the enum and we'll set it to a list. So let's set the arrow and let's open this. So to get the permission, we're going to say permission. Yeah, permissions is equals to, change this to small letter. Permission is going to be equals to the role permission, and we're going to get the role. So let's pass in the role, and the role might be the owner, admin, or member, and this will retrieve the permission for us. Yeah. So now we need to check if, so we're going to do a check here. We're going to say if the role doesn't exist or lack required permission, then throw an exception. So we're going to call this constant has permission is equals to required permission dot every, we're going to say permission. So we're going to go through all the permission in the required, and we're going to set permissions dot include. So let me break this here. Dot include the permission. So we're going to get everything from the required and pass it and check if it's included into the permission from the role here specified. So we're going to throw an error if this. So let's throw an error here. Say if not permission, if not has permission. Let me remove the S here. We're going to say unauthorized, and we can set we can leave it like this. So you don't have the necessary permission to perform this action. So we can save this. So if this doesn't go through, then it's going to continue. We're going to move on to the next. So nothing will happen. So let's go to our workspace and let's import this inside the controller. So let's import this. And now thank you. So we're going to move on to get the members, the service. So I'm going to say constant members row. So this we're going to get and get workspace member service. And we're going to pass in the workspace ID. So this will give us the members and all rows. Right, so this will give us the members and all rows here. So let's go ahead and create this service inside the workspace service. So I'm going to go scroll down to my service and let's so I'm going to close this here. This is workspace by ID service. So to get all members in the workspace, I'll just put comments here and let's say constant and let's paste the name of the works of the service we're going to create here. We're going to call it get workspace service, and this will be async. This will take in the workspace ID here, and this we're just going to return this. Let me put equals to here. So this is okay. So now we need to fetch all members of the workspace here. So say constant members is equals to await the members member model the find. We're going to find the workspace ID. Then to find that, you're going to also populate the user because you're going to use that to list out the user name. So I'm going to say you populate user ID with name, email, profile picture, profile picture. Then we're going to subtract, we're going to omit password. Then we're going to also populate so we're going to populate the role of the user. You just need a name for this. We don't need the permission here. So why we're going to just list out the roles so admin or owner can change user role. So we're going to say roles role model dot find. We're going to just get the name one and then underscore ID one. So we're selecting name and ID, and we're going to say select permission. We're not going to return permission. So let's save it like this. And let's write this to link. So let's return the members and the roles for this workspace. So let's go into our controller and let's import this. So what we're going to return the response for this. So we're going to say return response the status http okay the JSON, and this will just take a message. We're going to just pass in the message, members, and the rows like this. So if we save that, let's go to our route and let's import this. And then let's make sure this endpoint is working. We're just going to let's just wait for this to connect to our database. So meanwhile, we're going to let me go into my Postman and let me click on this. I'm going to go into all members, all members. So the all members is going to be members ID. So let me get the workspace ID and let's us paste it here, save it, and let's send it. So I'm going to make sure let's remove this. Yeah. So let me send it again. So use okay. I think we made a mistake here. Cannot populate here. So let's go into workspace service. Yeah, so this is wrong. Should be user ID. So save this and let's wait for this to run. So let's wait for it to connect to the database. Okay, yeah. So let's click on this again, and this should give us the actual response. So we can see the member ID, the user information, the workspace, the role of this member, and this is the rows that we're going to use to list out on the drop down on the client side. So we are done with this. So let's work on the workspace analytics endpoint. So I'm going to drop my terminal. I'm going to close that. And below this, I'm going to say get analytics ID, and we're going to say get workspace analytics controller. So this will get the analytics of the workspace that is going to calculate the number of tasks, completed tasks, and overdue tasks. So we've done this. So let's go ahead and create the controller for this. So I'm going to head over into my controller and let's close this. So export constants async handler, and let's just say async. Yeah, so let's copy this here, the request and the response. And inside the route, we specify the ID. So we're just going to use the workspace ID here with the schema to validate the ID. So you can copy the same thing again there. Or you can just comment this out. There's no point handling for analytics. We can comment this out. So there's no need for this. Not the we can hide the row guide and leave only to confirm the user is from that uh, workspace. But let's just leave it like this. So we're going to create our type service here, and this service will be constant. This is going to be await get workspace analytics. So let me just get this here. service, and let's just open this here. So this will take in the workspace ID. So I'm just going to copy the workspace ID here and pass it to it. So this will return us the analytics, and we are going to send it back to the client side. So let's go ahead and create this service for the analytics. So let's go into our service, workspace service, and let's export constant get workspace analytics async workspace ID is going to be string, and let's call this. So inside there, we're going to get the current date first because we want to be able to query the database, count the number of documents, number of tasks, and also the completed tasks. So to do that, we are going to say current date is going to be equals to new date. Then to get the total tasks, we're going to say total tasks done for all projects is going to be equals to await the tax model. Let's import this dot count documents, and we're going to pass in workspace. So workspace is going to be workspace ID. So, workspace does not exist in workspace ID does not exist in tax. So if you go into the tax model, you should see that we specify workspace, not workspace ID. So let's go into our controller, not for controller workspace service. And inside there, we're going to get the total tax. Now we need to calculate the overdue tax. So we say constant overdue tax. This is going to be equals to await tax model dot. We're going to count the number of documents that is overdue. So we're going to say workspace. It's going to be workspace ID. Then we're going to say due date. We're going to use due date. So we'll say if this is lesser, so $sign less than current date. So yeah, less than current date. Then we need to also filter out the and we should say this is not equals to so we're not going to calculate, we're not going to count the tasks that are completed. So we're going or done. We say tax status in dot done. So we're going to say not equals to status not equals to tax status dot done. Yeah, so we're going to exclude the completed tasks. Then we're going to calculate now for the completed tasks. So the constant of completed tasks. This is going to be equals to, we're going to do the same thing here. So let me just copy this, bring it here. Then we're going to say status tax in the done. Yeah, so we're done with this. So we can just do constant analytics. We can say analytics is going to be equals to total tax overdue tax. So let me correct this overdue tax and then completed tax. And let's return analytics. So let's save that and let's go into our controller and let's import this. And there we're going to get the analytics here. And let's return the response. So I'm just going to return the response here. And let's just remove this and set the analytics here. So we're going to replace the message here. with Workspace Analytics retrieved successfully. Let's say that let's go into our workspace route and let's import this. So we are done with this. So let's test this endpoint out. So I'll go to my so my folder here, workspace folder here, and I'll just look for workspace analytics. So I'm going to click on workspace analytics here. And here I'm going to get the workspace ID and workspace analytics, and I'm going to replace this with this ID here, the workspace ID. We can see that we have analytics and the ID. Yeah. So let's try and run this, and hopefully we should be able to see. So let me try and remove this, set it to inherit Auth. So let's click on send, and we should be able to see 0 for all of them. So total task 0, overdue task 0, and completed task 0. So we've not created any tasks at this moment. So we've been able to create all these API routes. So we're going to look at the next endpoint which we are going to build is the change workspace member role. So the owner only has the permission to change uh, members from members role to admin role, but can't change its own role. Yeah, so I can't switch anybody role to owner. So owner is set to owner, and the member can be moved to admin, and admin can move back to member. So let's quickly create um the route for the change member role. So this is going to be a put request. So I'm going to set it at the top here. So I'm going to just set it at the top here, and change. We're going to have change member role. And we're going to set the workspace ID. So this is going to be change member role controller is a put request, change member role and the workspace ID. So let's create this inside our controller, and let's close this down. Let's say export constants, and let's say async handler. Set async, and let's copy the request or response from this, and let me paste it inside here. So now we are going to also get the ID. Let's copy this here, the workspace ID and the user ID. And we're going to also copy this, but this is not going to be view only. So we're going to change this from view only to change member role. So we have change member role permission. So I'm going to say dot change member role permission. So if you go into permissions, we can see change member roles here. So if the user or if the owner has or anyone that has the permission will be able to change a member role. So I'm going to say constant. Let's create the service for this. And this service, we are going to pass in the row ID. So I also need to we also forget to pass in something here. After getting the workspace user ID, we need to get in the row ID, which we are going to the member ID and the row ID, not the user. The user ID might be the owner, then the member will want to change. So we need to create a resolve validation for that for the body. So I'm going to say constant, and this will give us member from the body, member ID and row ID. So we're going to call this. So let's go into our validation. Let's click into workspace ID. And inside here, we're going to let's come at the workspace ID. Let's go below this, and let's export this constant and z object. we're going to say row ID and the members ID. So let's set it like this. We are done with it. So let's go over to our controller and make use of this. So I'll just go to my controller and let's set and let's pass the request.body. And let's import the change rule schema from validation. So now we need to create the service. So the service we take in the workspace ID, member ID, and the role ID. So I'm going to just space it. So it's going to be turn back as the member. So let's create this change member role service. We take in the workspace ID, the member ID, and the role ID. So we're going to go ahead and implement the stuff. So let's just copy this, and let's go into the service, and let's create this here, export constant and change member role async, and let's just so let's also set the arguments here. We say workspace ID string, member ID string, role ID. Make sure everything is aligned like this. And now we need to first of all check if the if the workspace ID exists. I think we've already added it here, so we can skip that here. We know that it works. So then we need to get the row here. So I'm going to say row is equals to await row model, then find by ID row ID. So we are trying to get the row ID from the row model. I still want to also check if the workspace exists. So in case the was removed, so I'm going to also check this workspace modified by workspace ID. If not, just throw exception. Let's just put it here. So then we've able to confirm that the workspace is valid and the role ID is valid. Now we need to be able to find the user from the member model. So we're going to say constant member. This is going to be equals to await dot member model dot find by ID and user ID. So why is it not showing? Member model. They'll find, okay, sorry, not find by ID, find one, and this should give us user ID, and this should become the member ID. Then the workspace ID. So we confirm if this user, uh, this member is if this member we're trying to change, or this member ID is actually a user in that workspace, then we can be able to throw an exception if not. So member is not found in this workspace. Note that this check here is not for the user itself that's accessing the endpoint. It's for the user, the member whom they want to change his role. So we need to confirm that user is actually a member in that workspace. So once we confirm that the user is a member, the member ID is actually existing in the members model, then we can go ahead and change the role. So we're going to just assign the role to equals to the role. So we've gotten the role ID which we want to change to. For instance, if the member has a role of member and we want to switch the person role from member to admin, then we need to provide the admin ID here, the role admin ID. And this will be able to confirm, we check if the role ID exists, then we assign the member role to equals to the role which we've been able to find here. So once we find this, we're going to now save it into here. So once we save it, we can return the member. So once we return the member, we can go over to Workspace and let's uh, import this. Yeah. So inside the controller, we are going to call our response to submit this to return this member to the client. So response status needs to be okay and member will change successfully. I will send in the member. So we can currently change this endpoint because you've not implemented the invite. We are going to do that very soon. So we are going to hold on testing the change workspace member rule for now. So let's move on to working on the update workspace or let's go ahead and test and work on the invite so we can be able to test the change workspace member in action. So let's go ahead and work on. So before we go ahead and work on the invite, let's go over to our route and let's import this. So this invite will be referred to as join workspace, and join workspace will not be placed inside the workspace controller because we're adding the user and the workspace in a member model. So I will prefer to create a member controller and place this endpoint there. So this controller there. So let's go into controller and let's quickly create um, a, a controller. We're going to call this member.controller.ts. So once we create this member.controller.ts, we are going to just create the controller here. So let's export constants. So constant what to call this join workspace controller, and we're going to set our async handler and async request request from express and a response from express, and let's return this. So we need to validate the invite code because the user we have to provide the invite code to use to identify the workspace and be able to add the user who is accessing this page to the member model. So to do that, we're going to simply use our Zod um, validation here. So I'm going to just import Zod here and say Zod string dot pierce. So we're not creating any reusable schema, we're just assigning it here to Zod string pierce. Now we're going to get in the request param invite code. The invite code will be passed to the endpoint. So once we do that, we're going to pass in the user ID. So request user ID. So before the user can access or call this endpoint, or the member which wants to join the user want to, or the guest user which want to join the workspace, we require them to sign in first. And once they sign in, they'll be allowed to call submit a button that we call this endpoint. So we can call this service here. So I'm going to call this constant, and this will give us the workspace ID and the role of this user. So this will be await of join workspace by invite, and we're going to pass in the user ID and the invite code. So we're going to quickly just set the return status here, and let's return the response and also import the status here. HTTP OK and successfully join the workspace with workspace ID and the role which is assigned to the newly joined user. So let's go to service and let's create this. So inside the service, we have member service already existing here. So let's create this here. So just say export constant. Let me close this. join workspace by invite. You can just call it service. And let's say async user ID string invite code string, and let's just set this like this. Okay, let's put a comma here. So first of all, we need to be able to find the workspace by the invite code. I remember invite code is unique. So we're going to say find workspace by invite code. So we're going to get the workspace model, find one, pass the invite code, and execute this. So if not, we say invite code invalid or workspace not found. Then we can check, we are going to check if the user is an existing member. So we don't add the user one adding a single user in multiple workspace or in the same workspace. So we can there's a check if the user is already a member. So we say existing member awaits member model find one. We pass in the user ID and the workspace ID and execute it. So we're going to throw as if is existing user. We can throw a new bad request exception. I say you are already a member. So say you are already a member of this workspace. So now let's get the default uh role. So each member joining is going to have a role of member. So we're going to say find inside our role model, we're going to import this, and let's get name that has roles.member. So let's import roles from the enum. And if we get that, we have to check if this exists. If not, let's throw an error. So we're going to say new not found exception. We can see role does not exist or no not found. Let's just see role not found. Then if all this is true, if the user bypass all this check, then we know that the user is not a member. So we can immediately add the user into the members model. So I'm just going to say user. So add user to workspace as a member. So we're going to add the user here, the workspace ID, and the role ID. So let's return the workspace ID and the role. So the workspace ID and the role name. So we are done with this. So we've been able to find the user based on the invite code. We've been able to check if the user already exists, and if the role model, we get the default role, which is member, and then we save this user and the workspace into the members model. So we're going to go into the controller and let's import this. So let me call this service here. So we are done with this. So now we can try and test to invite user to join the workspace. So let's make sure our server is running. So we also forgot something. We didn't implement the routes for the member controller. So let's create that. So we're going to call member.route.ts. So inside the route, we are going to just get the router from Express. So let's import that, and let's just uh, set this to post request or workspace invites code join for this join workspace controller, and let's set export this to default. The post request, we're not going to pass in anybody, so just only the params here, and we're going to set a join workspace controller and export default to members route. So inside the index.tx, I'm going to just set it there. So the members too will also have the is authenticated attached to it. The middleware is going to be placed because the user needs to be registered before he can or she can access this endpoint. So let's import the member route and then let's confirm our server is running and our API is database is connected. So the database is connected. So let's test this out. So I'm going to go into my let's move here and I'm going to go into invite. So I'm going to go into members. I'll say join workspace. So before we do that, let's copy the workspace ID here, which the user wants to join. So before the user join, let me create a new user. So I'm going to quickly create a new user here. I'm going to call this Sammy. And let's try and let me create this user now. So user is created and the user, so let's try and log in this user. So I'm going to log in this user here. So now the user is logged in. So let's try and go and join this user. If you click on get current user, we can see this is Sammy Gmail. So let's get the workspace ID here from the URL. I mean from the from this URL here. And let's go into join workspace. And let me replace I think it's not the workspace ID, it's the invite code. So let's go ahead and get this workspace. So I'm going to go into workspace by ID and you can see that this is the workspace here. The design team is the workspace which was created by this user. So we can see the invite code here. So I'm going to copy it for design team workspace. So if we go into join workspace, I'm going to just remove this here and let's replace this with, let me remove this and replace it with design team and workspace invite code. And since this user Sammy is logging, let's click on send. So you can see this Sammy is now a member of the of this workspace. So let me try and fetch all workspace now from this workspace. So I'm going to say let's get all members of this workspace. This workspace is a workspace Sammy join, which is created by John Doe. So it's created by John Doe. So you can see John Doe is the owner. He has the role of owner. So I'm going to try and call this again. And if you scroll down, you can see Sammy is added to the member. Great. And it has the role of member here. So this is great. This is great. So let's go ahead and test the change endpoints. So in order to test this change workspace rule, we need to provide your change specify. We need to provide the workspace ID, the member ID, and the role ID which we want to change to. So we can go over to Sammy and you can see Sammy ID here. So just copy Sammy ID. Then we can scroll down to where we can see, oh, we want to change Sammy from member role to admin role. So make sure to just also copy the admin. So or you can leave it there. We can just go over to login. So let's log in to johndoeexample.com. So I'm going to log in to this user, and let's go to our endpoint to say change member role, a put request. So change member role, and let's remove this. Let's remove the ID I specified here. Let me remove this ID. So let me go ahead and get the, let's go into the join workspace and copy this, not join, okay, yeah, we can see the workspace ID here. So we can copy that from there. And let's go back to change member role. And I'm going to just paste this here. You can see workspace, change member role, and I'm going to set the ID of the workspace. Then inside the body, we need to provide the role ID. So I'm going to remove all this here. These are the mediators. I'm going to provide the role ID and member ID. So to get the role ID and member ID, we can get that from all members. So click on all members. And once you click on all members, we can scroll to where we see Sammy. So this is the user we want that's existing in the role in the workspace created by John Doe. So I'm going to copy the ID. So inside the user ID, you can get the ID of the user. So I'm going to go into my change, and I'm going to replace this with the user ID, the member user ID or something like that. You can rename this to member user ID. So let's go over back to all members. And if you scroll down to the bottom, you can see we listed all the roles and the ID. So we can copy the admin ID here. And if you go into change role, uh yeah, the change role. So if I paste this here, I'll save this, and immediately if I click on send, we should see role has been changed. So John Doe now is, Sammy is now an admin. To confirm that, we can click on uh let's click on all members, and you can see Sammy here currently role is member. If I click on this endpoint to run again, and you can see it has changed to admin. So to also show that this permission role guide work, we can try to go and log in as the admin. I think admin does not have the permission to change role. So let's go into role permission here. Yeah, admin does not have the permission to change a member role. So I'll go into login, and I'll move it as Sammy at gmail.com. So Sammy is an admin, so I'm going to log in as Sammy, and I'll go over to change uh change member role. So once I click on change member role, I'm trying to access the endpoint here. This is the workspace ID, and this is the endpoint. I'm not changing anything. I'm going to use this as example. So once I click on this endpoint, you should see that you do not have the necessary permission to perform this action. Access unauthorized. So you can see that before even trying to even check this, get the access the service, role guide has blocked this from or block us from accessing this endpoint. So this is great. This is great. So we've been able to test this endpoint for the change workspace member role controller. So now let's move on to work on other endpoint, which is the updates. Want to work on the updates workspace API. So let's work on that. So let's work on the updates endpoint for the workspace. So I'll go into my workspace route, and let me go into my workspace route, and below the create new, I'm going to just paste it a put request for updates and the workspace ID. So we're going to say update workspace by ID controller. So let's just type it, and let's create the controller for update. So I'm going to go invite my controller, and let's export constant, paste it here, and let's get the async handler. And let's say async Let's call the arrow and let me copy this request and response from here and let's paste it inside this. So inside the update, we are going to get the validation for the data being passed. I think we've added it in the create. If you go over to create schema, we can copy this, just go into the, you can see we have the update workspace schema here. So let's scroll down to this and let's paste this and change this to update workspace update workspace schema, and we can save that. So we are going to also get the, if we go into the route, remember we pass in the workspace ID here, so we need to also validate that too. So I'm going to use workspace ID schema, which we've been using. I'm going to pass in the request param ID. So below here, we're going to get a user, the user login, the login user. So I'm going to get user equals to request user underscore ID. Now we need to also check the user role and guide the endpoint. So only user with permission of edit workspace can access this endpoint. So we can see we've been able to use the get role in workspace, pass the user ID and workspace ID, and retrieve the role, pass the role into our role guide, and pass the permission dot edit workspace. So below there, we're going to create our service. So we can call this updates update workspace by ID service. And let's make sure to add the equals to here so to avoid. So we're going to pass in the data. So I'm going to destructure this to get the name and description of the workspace, and let's pass it here. Let's pass the workspace ID. I'm going to pass in the name and say description. So we are going to get the workspace from the as a result, get the workspace, the updated workspace, and let's return that response here. So we can see HTTP OK message workspace updated successfully and our password. So we need to work on the update workspace by ID service. So let's copy this and let's go into workspace service. So I'll scroll down to service and let's close this change root members rule service. And let's say constant, export constants, and let's paste this. It's going to be async. And we're going to have in the workspace ID, which is a string, name string, and description string. And let's just set this to, let's close this. So let's break this down so it's stable. Then inside the, sorry, we need to add the arrow key, arrow function here. So this will be, description will be optional, but the name is required. So we're going to get the workspace here. So workspace is equals to await workspace model dot find by ID. We're going to say workspace ID, and then we're going to say if not workspace, let's throw a not found error. So not found error, workspace not found. So if that's, so we can update the workspace here. So your workspace name is equals to name, or we just set the name already existing in the workspace. Likewise for the description, you can do that. And then we need to save this. So let's save this and let's return the workspace. So save that. So now we are done with the update workspace. So we're going to go and let's go and import that inside the controller. So let's go into the controller, import workspace. So let's save this. And inside the workspace route, we need to import the controller inside here for the updates. So let's make sure the server is running and let's test this out. So to update this, I'm going to go into my update. So let me clear let me click on this and let's scroll down to where I mentioned, okay, I placed the update workspace endpoint. So before I go there, I'm going to get the workspace we want to try to I'm going to copy the workspace which we want to update. And remember, I'm still logged in as Sammy, and Sammy has the admin role in the design team workspace, which I just copied there. So if we go over to update workspace, I'm going to uh, change this to the ID workspace ID I copied, and there we can have let's say workspace updated, and let's go over to where we have the workspace. So I'll just click on workspace by ID, and we can see design team. This and this is the design team workspace. We can copy this and let's go into update back and let's paste this here. So we can say workspace and design team workspace updated, or we can just put us here and also change this to designer. So to see if this will work. So let's save this and let's try it out. So I'm going to try and remove all this. We have the body, we have the ID and the local 6000 with the workspace update, the same with this endpoint. So let's try and click on the send. Yeah, so it throws this error here. You do not have the necessary permission to perform this action. So if you look at our endpoint or controller, if you go into the permission, we stated that only owners have the permission to edit a workspace, which is created by him. So you can see we don't have edit workspace, only edit project. But on the owner permissions, we have edit workspace and create workspace. So let's save this back. Then let's try and log to test this. We're going to have to log in with the owner of this workspace. And the works owner is John Doe example. So I'm going to log in with John Doe example.com. And once I click on it, I'll go over to update this workspace design team and I change to designer teams. I'm going to click on that and you should see the endpoints. You can see that just saved, just updated the workspace correctly. So if I try to go over to get the workspace by ID, this is the workspace ID. And if I click on it from design team to change to designer teams, and the description has changed. So this is this is great. So we are done with the update endpoint. So let's go ahead and work on the delete endpoints. So be able to delete this, be able to test delete workspace. So I'm going to go into my workspace route, and below here I'm going to let's put the workspace delete here. So I just say workspace routes dot delete, and this is slash delete, and we're going to pass in the workspace ID, and we're going to have delete workspace ID controller here. So let's copy this and let's go over to our controller and let's create this endpoint here. So say constant delete controller We have the async handler to handle. We have our set our async and let's. So I'm going to copy the request response. So here we're going to also get the workspace ID from the params. And we're going to also check if the user has the permission to delete workspace. So we're going to, so before we do that, let's get the user ID. And let's change it from view all to delete workspace. So if the user have the permission, then we can go ahead and create our constant. And let's create the service. So we're going to call this delete workspace by ID service here. And we're going to pass in the workspace ID and the user ID. And we're going to get our current workspace here. So let's go over and work on this in our service. So let me go into my workspace service. And I'm going to close this and say export constant delete service is equals to async. I'm going to have a workspace ID to string and we have the user ID to string. So let's call this. So inside this service, we're going to first of all, to delete this workspace, we have to perform different action here. So we need to first of all find the workspace with the workspace ID, then throw an error if the workspace does not exist. And also now we need to confirm the workspace owner is actually the user. So then if the workspace owner is equals to the user ID, like if it has the if it's one that has the workspace, then like if you're not the user owner, if you're not the owner of the workspace, then you don't have access to delete this workspace. Then we're also going to find the user. Then first of all, we're going to have to delete the project created for that workspace, the tags and also the members. Then we're going to change the user current workspace for check if that workspace we want to delete is actually the current workspace in the user model. Then we'll have to remove it and update it with a workspace we fetch from the workspace model. So to handle all this, we're going to use transaction here because of so many or using multiple making multiple action, and we need to use transaction. So if anyone fails, it reverts back. So I'm going to import Mongoose here, and this is await Mongoose start transaction, and we're going to set a start session. Then we're going to session the start transaction. Let's use our trial catch here, and we're going to try and get the workspace and show the error. Okay, so if the workspace is not found, so we just say if current workspace cost when workspace await workspace model to find by ID, then workspace ID the session that's session. So if works not workspace show new not found exception workspace not found, then we can quickly just do a check here. So we can send this message if this bypass we say workspace.owner dot to string if not equals to user ID, then you are not authorized to delete this. So only owner can delete this. So even though we go ahead and remove the permission, we still have this check that only owner can delete this workspace. So let's import the bad requests from app error. Then we need to get the user from our user model. So say await dot user model dot find by ID I'm going to pass in the user model and make sure to set the section, change the section to the user model to this user model, yeah. Then if not user, then we need to show that the user is not found. So we just need to make sure. I don't think we need to also check this because we've uh so let me check my controller to confirm we check the user inside the members row workspace. Okay, yeah. You can just continue like this. So if not found, so let's just leave it like this. Then we need to delete the project, all project that's assigned to that workspace ID, that has that workspace ID. So we say project model, delete many. So let me import project model. So if we go into project model, we know that we have project has a workspace, here. So we are going to set that. So I think this should be workspace, not workspace idea, workspace. We should have changed this to workspace ID, but we've already saved that in the database. So this should be workspace ID, not workspace. But we've done that already. So change that to workspace. Then for the tags, we need to also delete the tags attached to this workspace. So we need to do await tax model that dot delete many. So if you go into the tax model, we can check that we pass in the workspace here. So let me set it like this, and also set the session here. So set the session here. So I just want to confirm. We should confirm that this has workspace. So after the tax has been set and we've changed this, so we should also call the await that you have to delete the members. So just members model that find not find delete many via workspace ID. Yeah, just workspace.id. So where workspace ID is workspace.id. So in the members model, we set this as workspace ID. While in the delete tags and model, we set it to workspace. So you can just change this to workspace ID in the model before you can change it here. So I already make that mistake. So I'm going to just continue with this. So you should know that this is workspace ID. So once we do that, we're going to connect this section, change the section to this. So now it's time to update the current current workspace in the user model. So we need to update. So we need to check if it matches the workspace we want to delete. So we said if user dot current workspace dot equals to workspace ID, then we need to find the user inside the members model. So we find the user in the members model. So we say member workspace. So I will member model find one the user ID and we change the section. Then we need to update the user. So if it's the same, then we need to get this and update the user to you can just pick any workspace from there. So we're going to say find one, and let's update the user dot current workspace to member. If there's member workspace, then member workspace dot workspace ID else no. Then we set it to no. So you can find a way to enforce the user to have a workspace. If this is not, then once the user try to log in, there will not be any current workspace for the user. So I'll just set it no here, and we can save this and pass in this session. So I'm going to save this here, and let's set the session to this. So then we can then delete the workspace. So let's delete the workspace. So with workspace delete one and then the session. So once we are done with this, then let's commit the transaction. So our session does commit transaction, and then we can end the session. So we then return the let's return the current workspace. So let's return the current workspace. Return current workspace, and then we can just abort it if any error and end the session once we abort this. So I'm going to await session dot abort transaction session end session and throw this error. So we're able to get the current workspace for this endpoints. So we're able to delete delete the workspace which the user wants or the owner wants to delete. So let's go over to our controller and import this. So I'll go into my controller and let's import this from our service here. So let's return this. Let's return a response. So return response state to the CSP. Okay, workspace deleted successfully, and we just send the current workspace. So this will help us to redirect the user to this workspace. So let's save that and let's test this endpoint. So yeah, we need to go into our route and let's import this. So this is it. So let's go into our workspace controller and let's look at everything is okay. Make sure that everything has the session chained to the model here. So we have every session chained to it, and we committed the transaction and we also end the transaction. So let's just go over and test it. So I'm going to check, still loading. So let's wait for it for the server to load completely. So now let's test this endpoint. So I'm going to we're going to go into, okay, we are logging with the creator of designer team. So let's go and delete designer team. So to delete the designer team, I'm going to go into uh, workspace by ID, so I can get the ID of the workspace of designer team. So I'm going to copy the ID here. Then I'll go into where I specify the delete workspace endpoint in my PostMan. And let me just remove all this here. And I'm going to paste this workspace ID here. So let's save this and let's try it out. Hopefully it should delete the members, the projects which we've not created. I just want to show how it deletes the members. So I'm going to click on send, and so deleted successfully. And this is where the current workspace is. So if we go over to workspace by ID, let's try and call this workspace. We should see workspace not found. So if we try click on all user workspace, if I click on that, we should see we have the my workspace and test workspace. And if I've tried to find the workspace which I copied, it said that we got the current user workspace too. We set the current user workspace for this user to this one we have here. So this is the one that was created last. So we didn't make any changes. We didn't update the current workspace because the current workspace for which we deleted is not actually the current workspace for the user, which is John Doe. So let's cancel this. So we can see that the designer team workspace has been deleted completely. So now our endpoint is working. So the next thing we're going to do is we're done with the workspace or workspace APIs. So we're going to move on to work on the project endpoint. So let's go ahead and work on that. So let's work on the project endpoint. So I'm going to create a router for projects and call it project.router, route.tx. And inside the project, we're going to get router from Express as normally. So I'm going to close this and let's make sure to import router from Express. We're going to set this to default to project route. So we're going to first set our first endpoint is project route. Also to create, we're going to work on create project. So we're going to set this to workspace slash. Then we're going to have the workspace ID. I'm going to say slash create. And then we're going to set the router here. So we're going to call this create project controller. So let's call it here create project controller. So let's go ahead and create this controller. So let's go into our controller. Let's close all of this. Let's close the config and let's create a new file here. And let's call it project.controller.cs. And let's say export constant. Create project controller. We're going to get our async handler from middleware. Okay, async. And let's get the request. From Express and the response from Express. So create workspace is a post request. So we're going to go into our model and let's see what post project requires us to pass. We need to pass name, emoji, description, and also attach the workspace ID here. So let's go into our controller and let's get validate the body, which is the name, description, and emoji. So I'm going to for constant body. Yeah, we're going to create this schema, sort validation schema here for create project. So we're going to do that very soon. So say PS and we can just pass in the request body. We can do request.body like this. This is okay. So let's go ahead and create our project validation here. So I'm going to create a new file. Let's say project.validation.ts. So we are going to do this what we did. We're going to first of all import Zod in this file. So let me close this and let's get export constant create project schema. This is going to be z.object z.object. Then we have emoji, which is going to be of string. So since we're going to also work on the updates, we are going to create a reusable for the emoji name and then description. So you can change this to updates here. So to do that, I'm going to create the emoji here. I remember emoji is optional because we set the default in the project model. We set a default here, so require this first. So we can set emoji schema, z string, theme, and it's optional. Then we can get the name. Uh, the name. So the name is going to be z. Z is going to be z screen, string, theme, minimum 1, maximum 255. Likewise, the description. Likewise, the description is going to be optional too. So description schema, z string, theme, and optional. And let's pass all this here. There's a name to name schema, while description to description schema. So let's just copy everything we have here and let's paste it here. So lastly, we're going to also, I just want to complete this by also specifying the project ID schema, just the same way we did for workspace ID. So I'm going to do that now. We're going to use that for other endpoints. So just set this to minimum 1 and let's just go ahead and work and import this create project schema in our project controller. So I'm going to import this. So what we're going to do now is to also, since in the route we are passing the workspace ID, we need to also validate that. So we've already have a validation for that. So we can just get that here. It's a workspace from workspace schema, and we can import that from validation and passing require a request param workspace ID. So now we've gotten the body and the workspace. So we need to also get the user ID. So we get user ID from user ID request user and underscore ID. So we also need to do the same way we did for the some of the workspace endpoint, which we have to check for the user role. So we are going to you can go over to workspace and import that. So I'm going to just say that here, and we can just say get member role in workspace. Import that from members service and passing the user ID and workspace ID to get the role. Then we are going to just get the role guide and let's import that, passing the role, and let's pass in the permission, and let's pass in a list of permission. So import the permissions that. So if you have create project, so only admin and owner can create a project, have access to create a project. So let's save that and let's set up, let's connect create a service. So I'm going to say await just create project service. And this you're going to pass in the user ID. We're going to also pass in the workspace because we need to set the user that created this project. So let's quickly go ahead and create this inside the project service. So I'm going to go into let's close model, close route. So inside the service, let's create a file. I will call it project.service.ts. So you're going to export constant create project service. This is going to be async. And let's set the arrow. Let me fix this. So inside the service, we are going to get the user ID and the workspace. So I'm going to say user ID, which is string, a workspace ID, which is string. So we also forgot to pass in the body. So let's also pass in the body here. So let me pass in the body here. So let's go back to the service and we're going to get the body here. So body, this is going to be, let me add a comma here. So inside the body, we're going to have emoji which is optional, to string. We will have the name. So this can just be have name, string, description, optional, string. So say that like that. So now let's create a project. So in a project, we're going to say constant project is equals to new project model, and let's open this. So to add since the emoji and description might be optional, so don't want to set anything undefined in the database. So we're going to do a destructure here. Then we're going to do open bracket here, and let's say body dot emoji. If this, we are going to set emoji is equals body dot emoji. So if this exists, this, but if not, we're not going to add anything to the database. So let's say name is body dot name, description is body dot description. Then we can have workspace ID, and created by is going to be set to the user ID. So let's save this and let's return the project. So we didn't check the workspace ID because we already checked that already with this get member role workspace. So we can do this flow like this. So I'm going to return this, and let's go over to our controller and let's import this from the project service. So we need to then return this. So let's get the project, and we're going to return the project to in our response. So HTTP created, HTTP status created, and we say project created successfully and passing the project. So let's go into our route and let's import this. So once that is done, so let's go down to our index.tx and let's just copy and paste this and change this to project, and let's get project route. So we're able to set our project and we have this annotated middleware attached to it. So let's go to our project route and let's try to test this endpoint. So it's going to be project workspace, workspace ID, and create. So let's test this endpoint. Make sure the server is connected to the database. So we're going to test this. So let's create a project inside test workspace. So I'm going to close workspace here and let's go into projects. So you can I have a list of projects. I'm going to create project, update project, and so on. So inside the create project endpoint, so I'm going to click on that, and we can have a Lookout 8000 API project workspace, and then workspace ID, which is here. Then lastly, we have our create. The create which is specified here is there, and this is a post request. So let's set body. So I'm going to just remove this ID, this workspace ID, and use the test workspace. Let me save that. So the project we're going to create, we can create a front end components. We can give it front end components. Notice I didn't specify emoji here. That's because I want to do this without emoji, but you can add emoji here. And this I can just give it an emoji. So I can also give it an emoji here. I call this testing. I can give this emoji, and you can see the emoji here. So once I click on submit, so let's make sure you save this and let's try and send. So we can see the project is created and the workspace is set. The user created by ID is set ID and the workspace here. So we have the front end component and everything here. So we've been able to set up the create project endpoint. So we are going to create the project now is to get all projects for a workspace. So inside the route, we are going to let's come down here and let's create this. Say project route get workspace ID and all. So this we say get all projects in workspace. And we can call this get all projects in workspace controller. Get all projects in workspace controller. So let's save this and let's go into controller and let's create this. So let's say export constant. I'm going to paste this and let's use async handler. I say async here and let's pass let's call the arrow first. So I'm going to just copy this here and let me paste it inside here. So to get all workspace, we're going to only pass in the workspace ID. So we need to also validate that. So let's say PS request, params workspace ID. So we also get the user ID too. So let's get the user ID. We'll also confirm the user is a member of this workspace viewing this project. So we can copy these two of them and let's just set this to view all, view only, or you can call it view project or view all projects or anyone. So once you are able to are done with this, so let's go ahead and call this service. So for these endpoints, I want a way we can be able to paginate this data. So if we go over to our route, we can be able to pass in page size and page number. So let's go ahead and do that. So this is going to be passed into the query param. So inside the project controller, below let's say constant page size. This is the limit. And we're going to say page number. So yeah, we're going to convert this to integer to number. I'm going to say required dot query. So request dot query dot page size. And let's just set this to a string because this will be string when passed to the URL. So we can just set this to, we can set a default for this to 10 if not pass because this is going to be optional. And we can just copy this and let's do that for page number. And this will be page number. And this will set to 1 by default. So now we are going to get the let's create our service, and this service will return us the project and the pagination for us. So let's say constant this is going to be the objects. So we're going to say await get all projects in workspace service, and we're going to pass in the workspace ID, page size, and page number. So workspace ID, page size, and page number. So let's save that. Let's go to our service and let's create this. So inside the workspace, not workspace service, yeah, project service. We're going to say export constant get workspace, get project and workspace service. Then let's just say async workspace ID the string. So let me just say this, and we're going to have our page size number, page number, which is the number. So we are going to let's say inside here. So the first thing we are going to do is to find all projects in workspace. So step one, find all projects in workspace. So let's get a total count. So constant total count. Await project model. Find, not found, sorry, count document. So we're going to count it. Say workspace. And we're going to pass in the workspace ID here. So once we save that, so now we need to also get we need to specify skip here. To skip, we calculate the number of documents to skip. So we're going to say page number -1 times page size, item per page, and this is the page. So starting from -0 times the page size. So we have 1 here, and this is 10. So this should be 1 minus 1 0 times 10. So if we move down here, we're going to try to pass in the script inside our project model and also the page size. So let's say constant project is equals to await project model and find. So workspace going to be workspace ID. So we can find for the project in workspace. Then we are going to say skip this. So we're going to also set limit. So limit is the page size. And then we're going to populate. So populate here. Let's populate created by. We're going to populate the ID for created by name, profile, picture. And we're going to omit the password. And then we're going to sort the descending order. So let me remove this here. So we're going to sort by descending order created at -1. So once we are done with that, we need to also calculate the total page. So to calculate the total page, so we're going to say total pages is going to be equals to, we're going to mount this cell. We're going to say the total count divided by page size, and we're going to round it off into a rounded number, a rounded figure. So once we are done with this, we've gotten the skip, total amount, and the project. Then the total page, we can return all to our controller. So let's return this. And let's go into our controller and let's import this here. So we're going to, so let's get everything from objects. We have the project, total counts, total pages, and skip. So we're going to call our response here. So return response.status http status.ok. I'm going to say JSON. I'm going to have our message here. So project failed successfully. I'm going to pass in our project. Then lastly, we're going to pass in pagination. So let's type in pagination. And inside here, we're going to pass in total count, page size, page number, total page, pages. I skip. You can also pass limit. Limit is still the same thing as page size. So page size is still similar to the same with limit. So we are done with get up project. So let's import that in our route. Update this and let's test this out. So I'm going to create more projects. So let me create more projects here. Sales. This is sales projects. And let me add an emoji for this. So let me create this. So now let's try and get all projects. So I'm going to copy the workspace ID here and let me go to all projects. So this is it. So let me replace this and let's set this to all. So I'm going to remove this here and we can see project workspace, the project the workspace ID and all, and let's fetch everything here. We can get to and we can see the pagination total count 2, page size 10, 1, total page 1, skip 0 and limit 10. So if I pass in my page size and page number here, so we have page size of 10, page number of 1. So I can set this to let's say 1, and we can see that this fetch only one project for us. So that count to page size 1 page, that page 2. So if I move this to 2, and we can see we get front-end component. So this is how it works. So we set it back to page size to 10 and this to 1. So we're done with that. So let's go ahead and work on the next API, which we are going to do is to get a single endpoint to get a single project. So to work on that, we're going to create the route here. So below here, we're going to say projects routes dot get say project ID. So this will be project ID. This will workspace and workspace ID. So we can get project by ID and workspace ID controller. So let's save that and let's create the endpoint. Let's create a controller. So let's go here and let's say export constant. Let's paste this and let's say async handler async, and we're going to put in the let's call arrow, and I'm going to just copy this. So here we're going to get the workspace ID and also the project ID because we specify that um in the route. If you look at the route, we have the ID for the project. So I'm going to do that here. And we already have the project ID schema. So I'm going to import that from the validation. If you go into the validation, you should see that we set it here. So we should also get the user ID. Let's just copy everything here. So once we copy that there, we'll set this to view only. Then we can create our projects service. So await just get projects by ID in workspace service. I'm gonna copy this and paste it here. And here we're going to pass in the workspace ID and project ID. And let's go ahead and create this service into our project service. So I'm going to close this and let's say exports constant. Let me fix this constant here. We have async. Let's just call the arrow function here. And let's say workspace ID, which is string, project ID, which is string 2. So we are going to get the workspace ID and also the project ID inside the project. And to find the project, so we're going to say constant project is going to be equals to await project model dot find one where ID is project ID and workspace as workspace ID. Then we're going to select certain things we need. Say ID, emoji name, and description. Then if in our project, they're going to throw an error saying that project not found or does not belong to a specific workspace. So let's import not found exception unless if we're able to get the workspace, we are going to just return the workspace. And let's go into our controller and import this. And inside our controller, we're going to return the response here. So let's return this response here. And you should say it's be okay. Project failed successfully and we pass in the project. So let's just import this. And let's try it out. So we're going to let's make sure our server is running. So I'm going to get everything. Yeah, let me just get all the projects here. So let's wait for this to the server to come up. So database is connected. So let me get all the projects first. So we have all the projects. I'm going to get the ID for this project. And let's go to single project so you can create that file, that request. And I'm going to just remove all of what I did here before. And we have the project. Then let's go into all projects and let's get the workspace ID. Let's go over to single project. So let me remove all this. Let's go over single project and let's add this for the workspace ID here. So we have the project ID and the workspace ID, and let's try and send this. And now we can you got the project name, emoji, and description. So that is it. So the next to work on is the project analytics. So this will be tied to a single project. We've done the one for workspace where we calculate the total number of tasks for the entire workspace. Now we are going to bring that down to for a single project. So we're going to create so let's create that here. Project route, get ID, workspace ID, similar to this endpoints here, but we're going to add in analytics here. And analytics we have version controller here. So ID workspace ID analytics and project analytics controller. So let's copy this and let's go over to our controller and let's create it. So say export constant async handler, and we get our async, and let's get the request and response. As usual, we're going to get this, all of this. Let me paste it here. And we're going to also get this, we're going to create our, let's create a service. And this will be await or get project analytics service. And we're going to pass in the project ID and the workspace ID. And here we're going to just get the analytics once we are done. So let's copy this. Let's head over to the service and let's create that. So export constant, and let's paste this async. So we just let me just copy this. So workspace project ID, we can just simply just change that so it has the same for here. Workspace project ID. So workspace project ID. Then we are going to inside here we're going. So let's get the projects. Find the project by the project ID. And if we're unable to find this project and the project does not belong to this workspace, we can throw an error. So we say not project or project dot workspace string not equals to workspace string dot to string. Then we throw a new exception saying that project not found or does not belong to this workspace. We can see that here. Then now we need to do what we did inside the workspace. So if I go into my workspace service or I go to analytics, we can see that this is what we did. So we're going to do the same thing for the project. So let's close this and go back to our project service. So I'm going to come in and let's set our current date. Then we're going to count the tax model ID. So we've been able to see inside the workspace controller, we'll be able to not control our workspace service. We'll be able to see this approach of querying the database. We can use a Mongoose aggregate to also do that. So I'm going to go into my project, my get project analytics service, and let's do constant tax analytics. And this is going to be equals to arrays. So we are going to be using Mongoose. So let's try this out using Mongoose aggregate. So say arrays and I say tax model dot aggregates, and we're going to open a bracket here. Then we're going to first of all get a match, and this is we're going to say match using this dollar sign. You can see that here. And there we're going to say we're going to find that based on the project ID. So projects, if you know, inside the task model, we specify projects as project ID. If you look at it, say projects as project ID, then we can set projects. Then we need to convert this project ID from our string to an object ID. So we say new mongoose. So let's import mongoose dot types dot object ID project ID. So we've converted that. Then we need so we are going to set up a pipeline which is called facet. So facet is an aggregation stage in MongoDB that combine multiple aggregation pipelines into one stage. So we are going to do that. Facet will help us to combine multiple aggregation. So we're going to get the aggregation for total tasks, overdue tasks, and completed tasks in one parallel pipeline. So let's let's do that here. So we've already done this. Now let's just create this here. And we're going to say this is going to be we'll call it facet, and then let's open this here. So the first aggregation we're going to do is a total tax. So we're going to give it name total tax here. And this total tax, we're going to count the document. So we're going to set this here, count here, and let's call this count. So we are using the count operator from the aggregates here. So we've done for total count to count all tags that matches inside this that matches this project ID. So now we need to get the overdue. So overdue is going to have multiple filter here. We're going to say a list here, and we're going to first of all use the match operator to get the due date to make sure that due date. So let's get due date, and this is going to be the less than current date. Then you're going to you have multiple matches here. We are going to also do for the status, and the status we're going to say we're going to use the not equals to tax status or enum.done. So if it matches, so it must match this to give us. Then once we're able to filter the match, then we can count the document. Then let's use the count here. So open this and let's use the count operator to count the documents after this. So inside we're done with this. So lastly, you're going to do for the completed. So I'm going to just uh completed here. So for the completed, we are going to also use match. Then I'm going to change this from done, and let's use this. So we've been able to try to filter down to match every task that has a status of done, and then we count it. So once we are done with this, we can then get task analytics, and let's come down here and let's do console underscore analytics. This is going to be equal to analytics, and let's get the index, and then we can get the analytics here, and we can just so total tax. We're going to say total tax here. Total tax, we're going to say analytics and dot total tax, which is this here. And we're going to get the index 0 and get count. Yeah, we're going to do that for overdue tags too. So let's just duplicate this and paste it here. So overdue tags is what we set here, and we can just get that. And we're going to do for the last one, which is completed tags. Completed tags. Let's say completed tags. And we're going to get the count. So once we are done with that, we can just set our object here. So let's just return this. And let's return the analytics. So we are done with this. So let's go ahead and then test this inside a controller. Let's import this from service, and we are going to return the response here. So let's to return response dot status http status dot ok as a JSON, and we're going to just return both here. Project analytics retrieved successfully and analytics. So let's import this and get project analytics controller. So once you save that, so make sure our server is running and let's test it out. So we're going to provide the ID, project ID, and the workspace ID analytics. So I'm going to go over to my endpoints here, and let's wait for the server to connect to the data. So server and my database is connected. So let's test this endpoint. So I'm going to copy the project ID and let's go straight to project analytics. So I'm going to click on this to view the endpoint here. So I'm going to remove all of these IDs here that I passed here. So I'm going to set project ID, which we copied from single project. And I'm going to copy the workspace ID. And let's go into project analytics, and let's replace this. Let's put the ID here. So this is similar to this project ID workspace workspace ID analytics. So we have that. So let's try and send this. So let me remove this and let me send this, and then we should see. So we have total tax 0, overdue tax 0, completed tax 0. So we are going to come back and test this when we implement the tax APIs. So for now, we are going to create the next API for our project, which is the updated um, API route. So we're going to create the route here. So I'm going to create a pull request here. So let's just bring this down here, and let's say project route put, and we're going to set this to ID, project ID, workspace, and workspace ID, and update. And let's call this updates project controller. So copy it, and let's sorry, copy it, and let's head over to project controller, and let's export constant. Let's paste it here, and async handler, async, and let's copy this. So for the put request, for the updates, remember we are going to get the body and the workspace ID. So and the project ID. So I'm going to copy that from the create, and let's paste this here. I'm going to change this to update project schema. If you go into update project schema, remember we have set the schema already here. So let's go ahead and let's also get the project ID from the query params. So we're going to also get the user. So, and we're going to also check if the user have access to, uh, yeah. So I'm going to, let's just move this up here, bring this body down. So yeah, we're going to also check if the user is a member in the workspace and also have the permission to edit uh, project. So I'm going to select edit project. So we can see edit project here. And then let's create the service. So we're going to say this to await. We're going to name this object update project service. And we're going to pass in the workspace ID, project ID, and body. So we're going to let's create this update project service inside the project service. So I'm going to collapse this service here. I'm going to just say constant export constant, and let's paste this update project service is going to be workspace ID is going to be string. We have our project ID is going to be string, and we have our body. So our body, we can just get this from here. And let me just put the arrow for this here. So we are going to check the, so let's destructure the body here. Name, emoji, and then description. Then let's first of all check if we can find the project in that the project's ID and also the workspace ID in the project model. So let's say constant project. Always say project model dot find one, and we're going to pass in the ID here projects, and we're going to also pass in the workspace ID. So if we could not find any of the projects inside the project model with the project ID, then we throw an exception, not found exception, saying project not found does not belong to the specific workspace. But if that, we're going to let's say if emoji, let me let's open this here. We can say if emoji, let's set project dot so I'm going to just let's do it like this and say project dot emoji is equals to emoji. Then we'll check for if updated if name. So we can update them like this. And lastly, we can say for description. And then we can save this and return. And let's return the project. So once we save that, then let's go over to our controller and let's import this service. And once we import the service, let's get the project from here. And then let's return the response. So the response we taken project updated successfully and we set project. So let's save that and go into our route And let's import the update project controller. Let's save that. Hopefully our server is running. So let's test this out. So let's wait for this to connect to the database. Meanwhile, I'm going to get the project ID and from the project analytics. So let's remove all this here. And let me go into project, update project. So now so I have my update project here. So let me put in let's go over to project analytics and let's copy the ID. So I'm going to copy this project ID, and inside my updates, I'm going to pass the project ID, and this we're going to have the workspace slash. Let's go into the analytics again, and let's copy the workspace ID here, and let me pass that here, and let's put updates. So yeah, for this project, the project is sales, and this is the description. So I'm just going to copy the name. I'm not going to change. Okay, I can change the emoji if I want. So let me also emoji. I'm going to use a different emoji here. So let me get the emoji. So I specify I've changed the emoji from sales and say this is updated sale. And let's try and submit this. So we've set the project ID. So this is ending from F13 and this should be 8 F13 here at the end. So let's click on send, and then it is updated. If we go over to get a single project, if I click on this, we can see that this will change here. You can see the emoji has changed and the description has changed. So that is it. So lastly, we're going to work on the delete endpoints for the project. So let's come to where we have here and let's create the route for that. So for the route, it's going to be similar to put request, but we're just going to change that to delete. And let me just break this like this. So this is going to be delete project controller. So we have ID workspace, project ID workspace, workspace ID slash delete. So let's copy the delete project controller and let's head over to our controller and let's export constants delete and project controller and let's have async handler. And let's just open this. Let's copy the request and the request and response, and let's set it here. So we're going to also just copy only this, only the params we need, and let's also copy this. So we're going to change it from edit to delete. Delete project. So delete project. So now let's create the service for this. So say await delete project service, and we're going to pass in the workspace ID and project ID. And if this is successful, we're going to just return the project deleted successfully. So let's copy delete project service and let's head over to service and let's create the service for this. So let me collapse this and let's say export constant delete project service of our async. So I'm just going to close this back. Let me just paste the workspace ID and project ID here. So then we're going to also do the same thing. We're going to find the project with with find the project that has the workspace ID and project ID. So say project, await project model, find one, ID, project ID, workspace ID. And we are going to do the same thing we did in the updates project. Here we're going to also say if not found, then we're going to throw an exception. So if we could not find the project, we're going to throw this exception here. Then if we're able to find the project, we can delete that here. So, and you should know that, if you notice that once we delete the project, we need to delete all tasks aligned to that project that this project is connected to. So we're going to say await dot tags model dot delete menu, and we can have the project dot underscore id, and let's just return projects here. Okay, so let's go ahead and import this. Then let's go into our project route and let's import delete project controller. And then let's test this. Let's test the endpoint out. Let's make sure our server is running. So let's wait for the server to connect to the data. So the server is connected to the database. So let's test this. So I'm going to copy. Let me go into click on this menu here and let's click on delete project. So for the delete project, we're going to use the same ID. So let's get the ID of the project. So I'm going to copy it here. Let's set the ID. We're going to say workspace slash workspace ID. So I'm going to get the workspace ID here. And let me delete this workspace. So I'm going to, no, let me paste the workspace ID and let me write the delete, not delete the workspace. I want to write the delete in the URL, the endpoint URL, what we have here. So once we set that, then we should test these endpoints and this should delete the project. And that project we are going to use here is the sales project we want to delete. So let's delete that. So I'm going to click on delete. I see project deleted successfully. If you try to view, if I try to view this same project again, you should see project not found does not belong to this specific workspace. So error and resource not found. Also, if you try to update this, it will tell you the same thing. Project not found. So we are done with project endpoint. So let's go over and work on the tax endpoint. So let's start to work on the tax endpoint. So I'm going to clear all everything in my. So I'm going to clean everything here. And inside the source SRC folder, I'm going to go first into the route and let's create a tax route. So let's say tax.route.tx. So inside the tax.route, we're going to get the router from Express. So I'm going to close this my terminal and let's import router from Express. And let's also export this as default here. So the first route we're going to create is the tax route dot create posts, and let's slash project ID slash workspace slash workspace ID, and we just put slash create. So we're going to name this controller create task controller. So we're going to create a controller. So let's go ahead and create our task controller. So inside the controller, I'm going to create a file called task controller.txt. And let's say export constants for the task controller, and let's get our async handler. So we're going to get our request. So get a request from Express and also the response from Express. So now we're going to also set our validation for the task. If we go into our task model, we should see that we have a bunch of things we're going to pass to the body. When creating a task, we're going to pass the title, which is required, description, optional. We have to pass the project ID, which is going to belong to the workspace, status. So mainly we're going to pass only the title, description, status, priority, assign to, and then create another person can due date. So this is what we're going to pass to the task, the request body from our client side. So let's go into our task controller, and we're going to just create that. So I'm going to call this body equals to create task schema, and let's go ahead and create the schema. So inside the validation, we're going to create a task validation. So let me open this folder and let's create task validation dot validation dot ts. So inside the task of validation, we are going to check. We're going to create a reusable similar to what we did for workspace and project. So for this, so we're going to say export first for the create and update tags. Export constant. This is going to be equals to, sorry, I think that's it. Export constant, we're going to call this create tags schema. And this is going to be equals to z sort object. So make sure to import sort at the top here. Object, and let's open this. So we're going to first of all the title, and we're going to create a reusable title schema. So let's just copy this again and paste it here, and let's call this updates. Update task schema. So we are going to create a task schema here, and the title schema. So title schema is going to be Zol string trim minimum 1, maximum 255. Then we are going to also do for the description. So description is going to be optional. So I'm going to just say Zol string trim optional, and let's pass description here. So description is being passed here. Then we can also pass description to the update task schema. So the next one we're going to do in our list is the priority. So in order to handle the priority here, we are going to have to create that here. So let's say export constant priority schema. This is going to be an enum. So it says sort enum, and we're going to open this, and let's convert this to say object your values. So this should be object the values, and we're going to pass in the tax priority enum. And we're going to set this to as array or string. We're going to do dot string array, and this should stop the error. So if you hover over enum, you should see, or over priority, you see how Zod enum is a list. So we convert this, and over values, you can see the priority is the low, minimum, and high, medium, and high. So let's also do the same thing for status here. And let's change this to status. And let's change this to tax status enum. And now let's set this priority and also the status schema. So save that. Then we need to also let's copy this and put it here. So now for the assign to, so inside assign to, we're going to say nullable true, and this is optional. So we set it to nullable, so we can have assign to schema is all string trim, minimum one, nullable, and optional. So we can pass this here. And let's just pass this here. So the last but not the least is the due date. So for the due date, we are going to create a due date schema. So let's just copy this and let's implement the due date schema. So I'm going to do that here. So due date is export constant due date schema. It's going to be sort string let me break this dot trim dot optional dot refine. So we need to refine this because this is going to be set in form of string, and we can also check if this is a valid date. We can do this by saying value, and we say return if not. So you say return uh, not value is equals to not, and then we're going to say dates dot ps val. Oh, sorry, it's not equals to all, and this should be is then a, and sorry guys, so I made a mistake. So not, if return not this or not this, then we should throw a message here. We're going to say invalid date, provide a valid one. So if not value, and if not a date, then invalid date format, please provide a valid date string, and then we are done with this. So lastly, we're going to also set the schema for tax ID. So I can put that below here. So tax ID schema, and the same source string trim a minimum of one. So we are going to, once we are trying to do updates, remember we are going to have to pass the tax ID. So let's save this and let's go into our controller and let's import the create tax schema. And then let's get project ID schema, and let's pass in the request param project ID. So I'm going to import this. Last, we are going to also bring in the project, the workspace ID. So let's also bring the workspace. So workspace ID schema requires the workspace ID is provided. Then we're going to bring in get the user. So we can get the user here. So now we are going to also have also check the user is a member of the workspace, and also we are going to check if the user have a permission. So let's import permission from the enum, and let's import the get member role in workspace. We pass in the user ID, the workspace ID, and this is the role guide. So let's import the role guide to guide our endpoint. So once we run this now, we need to say create our service is going to be equals to await the create tax service is to take a workspace ID, project ID, user ID, and body. So let's go ahead and create this service. So we don't have our service tax service file created yet. So let's create that. So say tax.service.tx. Let me close this and let's say export constant async. So inside the tax service, we are going to let's get the arguments here. We're going to say workspace ID string project ID string user ID string and body. So body is going to be the title, description, priority, and so we're going to set this. So I think priority is it optional. We didn't set option, so I'm going to just remove priority and status here. I decide to due dates and description is might be optional. So let's just structure this from the body. So now let's find the project. Project is equals to await project model dot find by ID. We're going to find the project ID. Then say we're going to also do a check if if not project and then or project or workspace to string is not equals to workspace, the workspace ID we pass to string, then this project does not belong to this project or does not belong to this workspace. So let's save it like this. So if we're able to find the project and we're able to check if the project exists or the workspace in this project matches the workspace here, then if that is the case, then we need to assign the user. We need to also validate that this assigned to is the user existing in our members model. So we say if assigned to, we're going to say constant is assigned user member. So we're going to say await member model dot exists. We're going to pass in the user ID. We're going to pass in assigned to. We're going to also pass in the workspace ID. So if not, we are going to throw an error saying this throw an error saying assign user is not a member of this workspace. So if not, we're going to create our tags. So let's say constant tags is equals to new tax model. And let's create it. So we're going to pass in the title, description, priority. We're going to set priority, or we're going to set a default one from tax priority in medium, which medium is the default. So we're going to also get the status, and then task status or to do will be the default task created. Assign to will be assign. Then we have created by will be the user ID. Workspace ID is going to be workspace ID which we pass. Then project ID is going to be a project ID which we pass. Then last we're going to pass the due date. So let's save that. And now let's save the tax and let's return the tax. So once we are done with the create endpoint, let's go ahead and import it inside the controller. So then we're going to return it. So let's get the tax here. And then let's return the response here. Let's import HTTP status. So task created successfully. So let's test this. No, let's go into our route and let's import create task controller. Then lastly, inside the index.tx, we are going to also, let me close this. Let's copy and paste this and change this to tax. And let's change this to tax route. So now we can go on and test this. So let's look at our server is running. So let's wait for our server to our database to connect. So our database is connected. So if you look at, I already have set my tags. I've created a request for all what I'm going to create, like the create tags. So for the create tags, let's go into create. I have some sample data I've placed here, like title, test, tax work, description, priority, medium, status to do, assign to null, and due dates. I set the dates here. So we need to pass the project. So let's go into our route and make sure we follow this. So we have to, so this should be project, not project. So we need to pass in tax slash project slash project ID. So let's get project ID here. So to get the project ID, we can go over to all projects and let's get all projects. From this workspace. But I think our database is not connected. So let me cancel this. Let me run this again. So database is connected. Let's try and test it again. So I'm going to fetch all projects. Yeah, so it has fetched all the projects. So let's get the project ID for front-end components and let's go to create tags. And in create tags, we're going to pass the project ID here. And let's put slash workspace. Let me slash workspace slash we're going to pass in the workspace ID. So I'm going to go to all workspace and all projects, and let's just copy the workspace ID which we specified here, and let's pass it inside create workspace here. And we're going to say slash create. And let's run this and let's see. So we can see that the task was created here completely. So this is working fine. We can create a new more task here. I can just say uh let's say add a team to button component. So we can also do it for the add to add team. So we can set that to do and medium. So I'm going to click on. We can also change this to a different. Let me go into my tags in and let's pick a different. Let's set this to high. Let's set priority to high, and let's set this to and let's set this to do. So let's save this, and that is it. So let's go over to check. Let's go over to our project and let's confirm from our project analytics, and let's see if this will work. So currently we have two tags in this. If you go to all projects, the tags here is 5.1. I mean the project ID is 5.1. The workspace why the uh projects. So let me just get the projects here. And let's go into analytics. Project analytics, let me change this to uh this project ID. And let's also confirm the workspace. So I'm going to copy the workspace ID here. And let's go into get analytics, project analytics. I'm going to remove this and let's put this, save this, and let's try and run this and let's see. So we can see total tax is 2, overdue tax is 2. So this is because the reason why it's saying overdue tax is 2 is because we didn't set our date here is 2025-01-03 and the current date is not 3. So but if you create a new tax and you set it to like 12 and say let's say text tax, text new tax, and if you send this save and let's get this, you should see that we have total tax 3 but overdue tax is 2. So this work. So also if you go over to our workspace analytics and let's try this here. Oh, this is not found. So let me get the let's get the uh so inside the all project, let me get the workspace ID and then let me go into my workspace analytics and let me replace this workspace here and let's send. We should see we have 3 and 2. Great. So we are done with this create endpoint. So let's go ahead and work on the updates endpoint. So I'm going to clear all this from here. So let's work on the update endpoint. So I'm going to go into my tags and let me close this. Then here I'm going to set put to tags ID, project ID, workspace ID, and update. So I'm going to call this update tags controller. So let's go ahead and work on this inside the task controller. So for the task controller, we're going to let's collapse this and let's set export constant. We get our async handler and we're going to have async. So let me just quickly get the request and response here. So this is going to actually be the same thing. So I'm going to just get everything from here. So let's just copy everything like this. Let's paste it here. Let's create this to update tax schema. Yeah, we have the project ID, the workspace ID, and the user ID, and we pass it. So let's change this from create to edit tax. So we've done this. Now we need to create a service. So let's create the service here. So constant, and let's say await update service, and we're going to pass in the workspace ID, project ID, tax ID, and we're going to pass in the body. So let's go ahead and work on the service for the update tax. So let's go into service, and let me collapse this. Export constant update tax the service async, and let's get everything here. Scroll down and let me set this up, and let me paste this. So we're going to pass in the workspace. Okay, this is not going to be user ID. This is going to be tax tax ID. So let me copy tax ID here, and let me go into my tax service. Let me paste this here. So we also forgot to pass in the tax ID here. We didn't get the tax schema, so I'm going to do that here. So we can get the tax schema. We've already specified the tax ID schema already in the validation. So let's save this body here, and let me get the tax. So let's import this. So we got the body from update tax schema. We pass in the request body to validate the request body. Now we get the ID because in the tax we are passing the tax ID. That's right, we're passing the tax ID. So we need to get the tax ID here. We get the tax ID, we get the project ID, and we get the workspace ID here. So once we get that, we can pass the tax ID here. So once we are done with providing a tax ID, let's go over back to the tax service, and let's first of all check the project.await, and we're going to say project model find by ID, and we're going to have project ID here. We're going to say if not project, then we can show an error. So we are going to also on this page we're going to also check if the project workspace is not equal to the workspace ID, then we can show that this does not belong to this project here. The product not found or does not belong to the workspace. Then we can also get a tax is equals to await tax model of find ID, and we're going to pass in the tax ID, and we can do the same thing we did here. You can say if not tax. Now we're going to say tax dot project to string is not equals to project ID. Then we can change the message. So I'm going to set this message here. I think I made a mistake here. This should be, so sorry, I made a mistake here. This should be true. You not found exception. So let's copy it and let's bring it here. And let's change the message from project not found to task not found does not belong to this project. So once you've checked that, we can just quickly update that. So updated tags is equals to await tags dot find by ID and updates. So say tags ID, and let's destructure the body, and let's set new to true so it returns the current the updated data for us. Then if we're not able to update this, we can throw an exception saying bad request say fail to update tags, and then we can quickly return the tags, the updated tags. So you can also skip this step and just use the updated tags to check if a tags exists. But I want to make sure that these tags belong to this project ID. So you can handle this in your own way. It's up to you. So let's just save this here. And let's go back to into our controller and let's import this. So let's get the tags, the updated tags, and we're going to return the tags here. So let's say return response HTTP okay JSON tags updated successfully, and let's return the tags. So we are done with the update endpoint. Let's go over and import this. And we can test. So we're going to test this. So the next, so we can test it. Let's go over to the tags. So I'm going to click here. Let's go to tags updates. So let's test it. Postman. So inside the route, we have the tags ID. We need to provide a tags ID. So I'm going to go into my create tags, and let's get a tags. Okay, so let me try and create a new tags here. But let's just set this to high, and let's do, so just type in anything here and let me submit this. And I can get this the tax. Let's get a tax ID underscore ID here. Copy it and let's go to updates. Let's paste that here. Now we get a project. Type in project slash project ID. You can get the project ID here too. So the project ID here, just copy the project ID for this. And lastly, we have the workspace. The workspace slash get the workspace ID here. So I'm just going to copy the workspace ID and let's add it here and let's do slash updates. So for this, the title is second tax and second new tax. So I'm going to let's get a title. Let's paste the title here. So we can also change this to do. So I'm going to go into my tax now and let's change this from to do to in progress. And let's call this second task. So we can leave it like this. So let's try and save it and see if it works. So this is localhost 8000 API. Let's try and send it. And immediately we can see that the endpoint return a successful response. And we can see second task new and task new, and our status has changed to in progress. So that is great. So the next endpoint we're going to work on is to get all task endpoints. So in our route, we're going to set the endpoint here. So let's set the route. We're going to say task route dot get, and to get this all task routes, you're going to just say task workspace slash workspace ID. Oh, so for the get all tasks, project here will be set to a request param similar to others. So user can fetch all tasks on the workspace and see all tasks on the workspace, and also fetch tasks based on the project. So instead of creating multiple endpoints to handle that, we create a single endpoint that filter out all projects and filter project based on the project ID being passed. So let's just name this get all tasks controller. Get all tasks controller. And let's go ahead and create the create the controller. So I'm going to go into my task controller and so let's come over here and let's export constant. So let me collapse this constant and let's place get all tasks controller, and this will be our we'll put our async handler here. We say async, and let's go ahead and copy the request response and let's paste it here. So for this endpoint, we are going to get the user ID and also the workspace ID, which we specify in the route. So we're going to go over to our task controller. Let's get the user ID and let's also get the workspace ID. This is a workspace ID, and we're going to pass this to the schema. So we're going to use workspace ID schema and pass the request param dot workspace. So now we are going to get all the filters to use to filter the workspace. So we're going to set this to constant filters. And this is going to be an object. Then we're going to filter by project ID. So this is going to be a request.query param. So we don't need to validate this because it might be optional or not. So I'm going to say project ID. Then we're going to set this to a string or undefined. So we can filter by status, and status here is going to be a list of status. We can query the database or all tags from multiple status. So I'm going to say status. And here status is going to be if available, then we're going to do request.query.status. I'm going to set it as string. Then what we are going to do, let me break this down. What we're going to do is to split it by comma, or we set it to undefined. So we have for priority, similar to what we did here. Just copy that and let's paste it here. And let's change this to priority. The same thing. So we also have for assign to, we can also filter by multiple uh, user projects being assigned to. So I'm going to also paste that here. So let's copy this check here and make sure to get this priority and also change this to priority here. Then assign to, we will change the request query assign to and change this to assign to here. So make sure everything is right so we don't have any issue. So now we need to get the keyword. So we can also filter by, we can query the database or we can call it search the database for certain tasks. So I'm going to call this keyword, and this is just going to be query request query dot keyword string, a string or undefined. Lastly, we can filter by due dates. There is it. So we have been able to set up our filter, get our filter, then we can get our pagination. So pagination is going to be page size and page number as we've done before on the project endpoint. So we get the page size, we convert them to integer and set the default to 10. Page number, this is going to be require query param, and also we're going to set default to 1. So now we need to also check if the user is a member of this workspace being passed. So we're going to get row and let's just set the row guide to view only. So once that is done, let me collapse this filter. Let's create our service. You can say constant results is equals to await get all tax service. Get all tax service, and let's pass in the workspace ID, the filters, and also the pagination. So now let's go ahead and create this tax service. So let's go into our tax service and let me collapse this. Export constant tax service async. So yeah, we're going to get a workspace ID string filters, and for the filters we are going to specify all of what we've passed in the controller. So we are going to get the project ID status, and we can paste it here. So it's a project which is all are optional. So project ID string status is a list or string because we had to split this here. So I'm going to go back to my service and then priority assigned to. So make sure everything are the same here. Assign to keyword and due date. Yeah, keyword and due date. So let's also get the pagination, page size, number, age, number is going to set a number. This will not be optional because we set a default. So let's create a query, and this is going to be of type record of string, comma, any. So this is going to be equals to, we're going to say workspace, out workspace ID. So tags, we set tags model to workspace. So we're going to so we're going to query the tags model based on what we pass into this query. So since we are going to say must to pass the workspace ID, we are going to set it here. Then we're going to apply the filter by saying filter if filter does project ID. Then we're going to say query the project ID, query dot project, then filter by project. Then we're going to say if filter dot status, and filter dot status dot length is greater than 0. The length greater than 0. Then we can set the query status, and then we're going to create, let's create the say in, I'm going to say filter the status. So let's copy this and paste it below, and let's change this to priority. Let's change this to priority. Then let's also change the query status priority and then priority here. So we're going to also do the same thing for assign to. So let's change this to assign to. Assign to. Let's say that to assign to, and let's also set this to assign to here. So only this tree is a list of string. So now for the keyword, we can say if filter dot keyword, and filter dot keyword is not equals to undefined, then we're going to query the title. We're going to use let's say and drag expression and the filter dot keyword. Then we're going to give this option I. So this is a regular expression, and then we are passing the filter dot keyword to it. Then for this is this operation a operator is part of the regular expression to set the query to in case insensitive. So we can filter any tags regarding the title case sensitive or not. So this will help us to fix that. So let's also let's also filter for the due date. Filter the due date, and let's get query dot due date. So we're going to set this to equal, set the operator of equals to new date filter dot due date. Then we are done with the filter. So let's set up pagination. So we're going to say constant, let's structure a pagination object which we passed. We're going to get the page size, page number. Now let's set the skip. So we're going to say skip. This is going to be equals to page number -1 times the page size. Then we are done with it. So now let's query this. So we're going to use promise or to do that because we're going to have to count the document and also find it based on the filter too. So there is a constant tax and we're going to get a total tax. So the total count is going to be equals to await promise dot all, and we're going to get our tax model. So find, we're going to pass in the query. Then we're going to set skip limit to page size. The sort, we're going to sort this to descending order created at then let's populate assign to. So we're going to get the ID, name, profile, picture, and we're going to omit or exclude the password. So we're going to also populate the project with ID, emoji, and the name. So we are done with this. So the last one is to get the document, count document, and let's pass in the query. So once we are done with that, so let's now get the total pages. Let's calculate that. So this is it. Total count divided by page size. And yeah, let's return the tax, pagination. We're going to pass in the page size, page number, total count, total pages, and we can also pass in the skip. So this is it. So let's go ahead and import it inside the controller. So make sure everything is okay. So let's go ahead and import that. So I'm going to import it from our tax service, and let's just return response dot status http status dot ok dot json. And we're going to say our message all tax fetch successfully, or tax fetch successfully. Then we are just going to return, let's just structure the result here. Okay, we focus something here. Yeah. So we are done with this. We're going to try to go and test this. So let's go over to task route and let's import this controller, and then let's test this. So let's test it. I'm going to go into my controller so I can see all the filter I need to pass. So let's go into all tags, and there inside the route, we specify the workspace. So let's put in the workspace. So that's the workspace ID. So I'm going to go into my update and let's get the workspace ID here, and let's paste that, and let's say all. So if you try to, let's try and fetch all tags. So I think something is wrong here. So internal server cast object ID field for value workspace ID. Okay, let's let me check this here. So inside the service, I think I found the issue. So go into service and let me drop this down. We should we should say I set this to find by ID. So this is wrong. It should be find. And that was what causing the issue there. So let's check this terminal is running and it's connected to the database. So now let's test it out without the filter. So I'm going to click on send, and then we can see all the tags with the pagination. So now let's filter these tags now. So we're going to filter by status in progress or status to do. I think that is it. So let's put status. We can select to do. Yeah. If you click on submit, we should say to do, to do, and to do. So we can filter only, you can see only tasks that has to do status are being filtered here. So likewise, we can add the in progress status here. And if you click on send, you should see everything. In fact, you should see in progress and you should see to do. I think all is high. The priority here are high. Okay. Yeah, we can find for priority. You can set this to, you should filter by medium. So let's send. And you see there's only one that is being filtered here. So we have to do, we have medium. So we can just remove everything. I can remove everything from this. This will set to status and priority. So then we can have the, let's have the project. Can filter by project ID, but currently we have only one project, think so. So we're not going to do that. We're going to do by keyword and due date. So let's do for keyword, and we have due date. So let me just do for keyword first. So I'm going to search for, let's search for the, let's search for second. Let me set this to small letter here, and let's click send. And you can see that we're able to return the tags with the that match the keyword. So likewise, we can do for the due date. So I'm going to copy the date here and let me paste it here. If I send, it should give us the same tax. So that's it. So I'm going to just remove everything but the keyword. And we can see that those that has the due dates of the same date have been fetched here. Tax, first tax and second tax. So that is it for the all tax. So let's go ahead and work on the next endpoint, tax endpoint. We're going to work on the single, writing the single tax that is tax by ID. So here I'm going to just get that here. If you say tax ID, which you set as ID, project ID, workspace, and workspace ID, and this is, you can name this get tax by ID controller. And let's copy that. Let's go back to our controller and let's create the endpoint. Constant async handler. And let's say to async, and let's copy the request and response. So we're going to get the user ID. Let's get the user ID here. And also we're going to get this project and workspace from the query param. We're going to validate that they are available. Then we should also just, let's move on to get the member role in workspace. So we check the user is a member in this workspace. Then we can just set the permission. We can guide this and set the permission to view only. So now let's go ahead and create the service. So this is going to be tax arrays dot get tax by ID service. So yeah, let's pass this workspace ID, project ID, tax. So yeah, we didn't get the tax ID. So let me just think here, tax ID. This will be set to ID, project ID, and workspace ID. So let's get the tax ID. Let's pass it. So let's go ahead and create a service. So I'm going to go into my service and let me collapse this. Export constant async. We have our workspace ID. Set the type to string. Reject ID. Project ID. I set that to string, and tax ID we set that to string. So let's just return this. So let's find this project, and we need to check if not project, and if project dot workspace not match, then we say project not found and does not belong to this workspace. So project or workspace dot string to string is not equals to workspace ID to string. So then let's do constant tax. So we're going to fetch the tax. I'll wait the tax model. And let's now to find by ID. Let's do find. one that match ID, task ID, workspace ID to workspace, not workspace ID, workspace, and then we're going to do project to project ID, and then we can populate the assigned to. So let's populate that and let's define the field we want. ID, name, I think ID name, and profile picture. Let's omit password. So we are done with that. So let's return the tags. So if this is found, if this is not found, we say tags not found, but if it's found, we also return tags. So let's head over to our controller and let's import this. So then let's return the response here. So tags fetch and we just pass in the tags. So let's go ahead and test this. Let's make sure to import that inside the tags route. So to test this, so let's go and select single tags here. And here we're going to provide the tax ID. So I'll go to all tags and let me just fetch this. Let's fetch the second tag. So I'm going to copy this ID here, go into my single tags and pass it. Then I'm going to let's type in project slash and let's go to tags and let's get the project ID for that tags. And we have our workspace. And let's go into tags and let's just get the workspace. Let's save that and let's try and run this. Send. Yeah, you can see it's fetched the tags for us. So we are done with this. So the last endpoint we're going to work on is for tags is the delete tags endpoint. So let's create a route for that. So I'm going to create a route at the top here and say tags route.delete. And this will just get a tags ID, workspace and workspace ID. And let's set this to delete here. So we're going to name this delete tags controller. So tags ID, workspace ID, and let's go ahead and create the controller. Save this and let's go to controller and let's create this here. Export constant async handler. So let's just copy this. Let's get the user ID. Then we are going to the workspace ID. So we're going to pass that into our workspace schema. I'm going to pass in the request pattern workspace ID into the workspace schema. So to validate that, then and last we need to get the tax ID. So if gotten the tax ID, it's query param.id. Let's also get set the rule. Let's check for if the user is a member, and let's set this change this to a delete tax permission. So that is, so let's await delete task controller, sorry, service, and let's pass in our workspace ID and task ID here. Then we can return response to status http status.ok JSON, and let's write a message task deleted successfully. So let's go ahead and create this delete task service. So let me scroll down and say export constant async. So I'm just going to copy this here and let me remove the project. Then we should get the tags here. Constant tags is equals to array.tags. Find one and delete. Find one and delete. Method to id tags workspace ID. Then if this couldn't be deleted, if we could not delete these tags, then we know that that's not found or does not belong to this workspace. So let's just return like this. So we are done with this. Let's go ahead and import this. Save that and let's go to our route and let's import the tags, delete tags controller. So we are done with that. So make sure the server is running. So now the server is connected to the database. So let's close this and test it out. So I'm going to select delete tags here. And here we're going to provide a tax ID. So let's go ahead and let me find for the second tax and let's delete this tax. And let's write workspace. So workspace ID. So this should have the workspace ID here. So I'm going to copy that. Let's paste that here. And then we're going to use delete. And let's save this and let's try and send the request. I will see task deleted. If we try to fetch this now, we should see task not found on our server error. So that means we were not even checking this in the service. Task by ID. Okay, yeah, task not found, and this is wrong. This should be not found exception. So let's make sure that we use our app error here. So let me try it again. Check it's connected. Let's send this. Now you should see task not found. So we are done with the task endpoints and all endpoints which for the backend. So now let's go ahead and work on the client side and connect these endpoints to the front end. So let's go ahead and work on that. So to set up the client side, we're going to create a folder here. So I'm going to clear all this and let's create a folder not inside the backend but outside. So I'm going to create this. I'm going to call this client. And then let's create a new terminal. And once you've done that, let's cd into client. So for the client, I've already created a starter template for this client project. So I don't start creating the client from beginning. So if you go over to the GitHub, which is in the link is going to be in the description, you should be brought to this page where you see main. So what you have to do is to click on this and let's switch the branch. So you can see starter screen branch. So we're going to clone for this because the starter screen branch is only the client and we're using Vite for the client. So I'm going to copy the link here, the GitHub link. So let's go into our terminal and let's clone this. So we're going to clone from the branch. We're going to specify the branch. Let me close this. And this is called starter dash screens. And we're going to paste the the GitHub URL and let's click enter. And this should clone this. So once that is done, we can go into clients and let's go ahead and copy all this. So I'm going to copy all this and move them into the client. So I've moved them into clients. You can see that the folder which we cloned from GitHub is empty now. So I'm going to delete. So make sure you've deleted the folder. So if you go into the clients, you should see if you come into the package.json of I set up some packages here. So all this Redux UI is from Shanty UI. So if you want to learn how to use Shanty UI with it, I have a video on that. The link will be in this description. So we also install Fullstack React table. We have Azios and we have emoji mat, which we are going to use for emoji, and we have Nox. So I'm going to explain what Nox is. Nox is simply similar to use state, but handle it on the URL. So you're going to see an example of how that works. Then React hook form, React water DOM, and Zod. We use Zod here. So um, so let's go into the SRC folder and into the main.tx. Inside here, we're wrapping up with the Node adapter and the query provider. If you go into query provider from the context, you should see how to set up Fullstack query, which we're going to use for the API call in Vite. So you can see how it is. Then inside the TS, we have Noct um, adapter. So this is coming from the package. So let's go into our terminal and install all of these packages. So I'm going to go into my client terminal and let's do npm install all of the dependencies. So now let's wait for this to install. So all of the dependency has installed completely. So then we can run the server npm run dev, and this will run the Vite server for us. And we can see localhost 513. So if we try to access this on our browser, we should see it should take us to the login page. So yeah, you can see the UI we already have for the login page. If I go uh into the app, so let's go through this into the app.tx. Then we have the app router. So I'm going to go into app router. Then inside the app router, we're using the browser router from React Router DOM. Then we have this route. We also have the route for the auth, and we have the protected routes. And last, we have the catch all route for not found. Then inside the auth route, this is the route that handles the authentication. So inside auth route, if you go into auth route, this is where we are going to uh, check if the user is logging, redirect the user to the dashboard. If not, set them back to the login page. So then the base layout is the layout for the auth route. So you can see that this is just a simple base layout. If you put background red 500, and you should see here should change. And this was to change. I think we have a color, background color inside the page, but we can also add padding here to 5, 6. Now you can see that that's given in the height space here. So let me save that. Then inside the auth route part, if you go into auth route part, this is where we specify all the routes, the sign in, sign up, and Google Auth field. So this is when Google call back for our client if Google failed to if you fail to sign in with Google. So inside this auth route here, you can see we have the route part inside the common folder. This is where we set all the paths, the protected routes that is for the workspace task member settings and project details. And we have the invite URL part. Then we import them inside the route and we specify where they belong, protected routes, auth route, and then base path route. So this is that. So lastly for the we've seen the protected route too. So we have the if we go into the protected routes, yeah, this is where we are going to check this. So I have some data that I commented here. So let me remove that. So we have the protected routes here, and this is where we're going to check if the user is signed in. Then outlet is just like moving to the to continue the process this uh into this route. So it's going to move to the next route, and this app layout is where we set the sidebar and the header, the current workspace dialog. The create project dialog, the create workspace dialog, and we have the auth provider. So inside the auth provider, we have the context for auth provider. This is just the workspace ID and just a context, an empty context we use to wrap it. So we're going to work on this context to fetch the current user, and this is where we're going to use to pass it to be able to get the current user using the endpoint's current user. So I think that is all for now. And then the create workspace, we're going to look at this two later. Let's focus on the login. So I'm going to go into my pages and let's go into Auth. And we have the login here, the sign in. So the sign in is already set up with Zord validation and React hook form. Then we have our Google Auth button, this button. So if you click inside, it's a reusable one. We use it for both the login and the sign up. If you click on sign up here, you should see create an account, and this has the name, email, and password. Click on sign in, you can see that here. So that is it. So let's head over to where we'll connect our API. So if we go down to our leaf folder and if you click on Azure client, we set up our Azure client. So if you've watched my previous video on Node.js video, you should see how we set up. And we create an Azure here. We set with credential because we're using cookie session, and we set the base URL. So we're going to set this up. And also we return the response and we check if this is equals to unauthorized and status is 401. Then we return the user to the login. We notice that the endpoint, the user is no longer, the session has expired. So from there, we can go into API. So after setting up this, we have API. So API is where we set up the endpoint. So we have the login mutation, register mutation, logout mutation. This is for current user. And these are all the um, mutation for both projects and tasks. Everything is quite empty here. You just set the function for it. We've set up the function, but nothing's inside. Just we've done this for current user endpoint. And if you go to I think that's basically it. So base URI, we already have the base URL there. And lastly, For the hook, we have some hooks here, and this hook is just dialog for create project, dialog for create workspace. We're going to look at that. Use permission is empty. Then others is from. Then this is just to get the use workspace is just to get the ID from the URL. And this this is where we're going to use dark stable filter. So we're going to use Nox, which we wrap this. If you look at this, you can see Nox here, and we use Nox to set the use query state. So this is just to set state status object, and we look at that. Yeah, basically what I want to show is the API. So for the API, we're going to create some hook here for the API. So the use hot is where we're going to call the current, and you can see we are calling the current get current query function, and that is inside the API, inside the lib folder. So this is it. So we're going to use that inside the context. So let's first of all call our endpoint to let's first of all connect our endpoint to the sign in and sign up pages. So I'll just scroll down here. Inside Auth, let's set up first the let's connect with Google. So before we do that, let's go into our env and make sure we pass in our local 8000/API. Yeah. So then if you've done that, let me clear the whole pages here, and let's go into sign in and click into Google Auth button. So yeah, we're going to so for the Google Auth button, we are not basically going to connect the endpoint to the button, but we are going to redirect the user to the endpoint. So I'm going to come inside this handle click. You should see handle click there. And if you